The estimates of people interned range from a minimum of 106,000 to a maximum of about 3 million. 3 The figure of 106,000 is certainly too low, considering that key Indonesian military authorities seeking to underplay the problem in the mid-1970s said that the number of detainees was between 600,000 and 750,000. 4 The higher figure of 3 million is not impossible, but there is little hard evidence to support it. A more reasonable figure would appear to be about 1 million, as suggested by Amnesty International in 1977. 5 While somewhat higher than numbers reported by Indonesian authorities at the time, 1 million is actually lower than numbers cited by officials in the 1980s and 1990s. In 1985, for example, a senior official in the Ministry of Home Affairs announced that some 1.7 million coup participants, more than 1.4 million of whom were former Category C prisoners, would have to be re-registered prior to the 1987 national elections. 6 And in the mid-1990s, the number of people reportedly denied certain political and civil rights because of their status as former political prisoners was said to be 1.4 million. 7 Those detained came from all walks of life, from the highest government and political party officials to the lowliest peasant farmer. The best-known detainees were key figures in Sukarno's government such as Subandrio and Oeit Jotat, leading PKI figures like Sudisman and Enyano, and high-ranking military officers like Omar Dhani, Suparjo, Latiev, and Untung. Most of these figures were charged and tried between 1966 and 1976, all were found guilty, and sentenced to long prison terms or in some cases death. 8 The campaign of detention also targeted leading intellectuals and cultural figures, including well-known writers like Premo Edaya Anantatur, as well as journalists, civil servants, artists, dancers, puppet masters, teachers, and musicians. Army authorities were evidently especially worried about such people because of their presumed potential for influencing the less educated segments of the population in which the army had little faith. 9. Figure 8.1. Political prisoners under armed guard at Tangerang Prison near Jakarta, CA. December 1965. But the vast majority of those interned were neither important political leaders nor leading cultural figures. They were ordinary people, peasants, tenant farmers, plantation workers, street vendors, and others who were detained solely because of their real or alleged membership in or association with a party of the left, or one of the dozens of organizations that were deemed to be leftist in orientation. Despite the fact that all these had been lawful political and social organizations at the time of the alleged October coup and remained that way until they were formally banned in 1966, mere membership in these organizations was considered sufficient grounds for arrest after October 1965. In addition to those detained for their political activities and associations, some were held for less obviously political reasons, victims of mistaken identity and personal score settling. 10 Such cases were not the norm, however, and should not be taken as evidence that the campaign of detention was somehow random or spontaneous. On the contrary, as described below, everything about the detentions points to the fact that they were the product of official policy. That policy created a permissive environment in which score settling could happen. In that sense, Indonesia's experience does not differ significantly from other instances of mass incarceration, like those in Stalin's Soviet Union, Mao's China, Franco's Spain, or the military regimes in Argentina and Chile. Arrests were often carried out by uniformed soldiers or police operating on orders from a commanding officer. In many cases, though, soldiers and police worked with militia groups and vigilantes associated with one or another anti-communist party or religious organization. As explored in earlier chapters, these included the formally constituted militia groups known as Hansip and Hanra, politically affiliated youth groups like the PNI's Pemuda Marhen, as well as the News Banzer and Ansur, and IPKI's Pemuda Pancasila. By all accounts, the involvement of such militia groups was quite deliberate. As we have seen, from the outset the highest army authorities including Suharto himself called explicitly on the general population to assist in the army's work of cutting the September 30th movement down to the very roots. The involvement of the population in the campaign of mass detention served a number of related purposes. For one thing, it helped to create the illusion that the actions against the movement and the PKI were the result of spontaneous popular anger against traitors. That was a claim military authorities would routinely use when challenged on the matter of responsibility. The mobilization of local militias also helped to ensure that responsibility for the unlawful arrests would not rest solely with the army officers who were instigating them but would be widely shared. Not only did that approach expedite the effort to destroy the left, it also limited the likelihood of a widespread popular backlash against the army. With so many people involved in the campaign, with the web of complicity cast so widely, the chances of blowback were substantially diminished. As in other cases of mass detention, the campaign in Indonesia was facilitated by the willingness of some detainees to work as informers and interrogators for their captors. 11 Whether out of fear, or as a result of torture or other kinds of physical or psychological duress, some PKI members and leaders were turned while in detention and became instruments in the army campaign. 12 By most accounts, for example, PKI General Secretary Sudirman was finally captured on December 6, 1966, after a member of the PKI Central Committee betrayed him. Indeed, according to Sudirman, the member in question actually accompanied the soldiers to the place where he was hiding. 13. Beyond these general observations, arrests followed a number of recognizable patterns. With rare exception, suspects were detained without a warrant, and picked up off the street without warning or in their homes in the middle of the night. In some cases, soldiers would ask a suspect to come with them to provide clarification, giving no indication that they were in fact being arrested. In many cases, especially in rural areas, suspects were detained by militia members, and marched off to the nearest police or army detachment for processing. 14 In still other cases, the arrest would start with some kind of threat or assault on the suspect by local militia members or vigilantes. Soldiers and police would then appear and take the suspect away under the guise of protecting them from the angry crowd. The arrest of the author Premo Edaya Anantatur on October 13, 1965, was fairly typical of this pattern. At 10:30 p.m., Premo Edaya was jarred from his work by the sound of voices. Looking out the window, he saw a crowd had gathered outside his gate. Most of the people were wearing masks. They demanded to be allowed in. Having gathered stones from the nearby construction site, the mob began to pelt the house, breaking windows and shattering doors, threatening to burn the author's home to the ground, with him in it. Suddenly, there was a round of automatic gunfire. The crowd fell back slightly from the gate. 4 or 5 police officers and soldiers emerged from the lane. The crowd parted as they walked toward the gate. "We're here to take you to safety," one of the soldiers said to Premo Edaya. "Gather up the things you'll need." 15. In virtually all documented cases, arrests were carried out with considerable brutality, even when those detained were relatively old and offered no resistance. Detainees were often beaten, and sometimes tied up and blindfolded, before being marched off or loaded onto a military vehicle for transport to a detention center. Witnesses described the 1966 arrest of the Part-Indo Secretary General, Adisumarto, a man in his 60s, as follows: "He was beaten till his face was all swollen and bleeding. He tried to protest against this arrest without warrant, but that only made matters worse, and at last he was dragged off to the waiting jeep and driven to the political prison camp. His wife and daughter both had to witness the horrible spectacle." 16. The story of Rahim Marhab, arrested with his relatives in a village in central Sulawesi in November 1965, was also typical. "While I was firing bricks at the factory, a mob of about 300 people from the village of Pelawa arrived. They captured me, my older brother Hajisa, my uncle Harati and my cousin Ajay. Suddenly, they started beating us with pieces of blackwood, beating my entire body except for the soles of my feet and toes. They hit my head until it bled. After I passed out twice, we were taken to the Parigi District Police Station. 17. Arrest was frequently accompanied by the destruction of the suspect's personal property. Sumayursi, a pediatrician and member of the Shi, has described how at the time of her arrest in 1965, everything was destroyed, including her family's books, music collection, photo albums, letters, and private papers, valuable documents and so on. 18 Likewise, the soldiers and vigilantes who came to arrest Premo Edaya targeted his books and manuscripts for destruction, throwing them into a pile in the yard and setting them alight. 19 The wanton destruction of such materials suggests that the aim was not to find and preserve evidence of wrongdoing but simply to punish and demoralize alleged traitors. The parallels with the destruction of property of supposed enemies of the people during the Stalinist purges of the late 1930s are quite striking. 20 Of course, some property was seized rather than destroyed. Notably, many documents were taken from the offices and homes of PKI officials in the course of army raids. Army officials then used some of those documents in preparing the official narrative of PKI guilt. Beyond such documents, those conducting raids often seized property, including money, wristwatches, jewelry, motorcycles, automobiles, houses, and commercial buildings. These seizures were a straightforward case of looting by soldiers and vigilantes, with the evident approval of their commanders. Apart from providing the army with valuable assets, some of which were used in the campaign of detention and killing, granting soldiers and militia members permission to loot improved their morale, at least in the short term. Interrogation and torture. If they were not immediately killed, detainees were transported usually by truck but sometimes by boat or train to one of the many jails and detention centers for preliminary interrogation. Some were taken to nearby military posts, while others were brought to one of the informal facilities the army had established in the days after October 1. Many of these interrogation sites were commercial and residential buildings that had been seized by army authorities. These included the notorious two-story building on Jalan Gandhi in Medan where many detainees were tortured and killed by army authorities, and a nondescript building on Jalan Gunung Sahari 2 in Jakarta, where an infamous military unit known as Tim Operasi Kalong extracted confessions from hundreds of detainees. Without any signs or markings to indicate their purpose, these places were in effect secret detention centers. Although no formal records exist of their numbers and locations, the testimony of former prisoners and human rights organizations suggests that at least one secret facility existed in virtually every town across the archipelago, and that large cities like Jakarta, Surabaya, Bandung, and Medan had several. 21 Interrogation was generally carried out by army or police personnel. Interrogators operated under various mandates, but principally on orders from the powerful state security agency Kopkamtib established in mid-October 1965. 22 Those conducting interrogations acted within the context of officially sanctioned anti-communism, as described earlier, in which all leftists were assumed to have committed heinous crimes that placed them outside the bounds of civilized humanity. As a consequence, interrogations did not follow anything close to normal legal procedure. Detainees were provided no legal counsel, there was neither a right to silence nor a presumption of innocence, and there was no process for appealing the decisions of arresting authorities. In short, the gloves were off. The initial interrogation process entailed routine data gathering, the detainee's name, date of birth, address, party affiliation, and so on, were entered in wide, bound ledger books or dutifully typed in triplicate by military staff. At some point, however, the focus shifted to the detainee's real or alleged involvement in organizations or activities that had been declared subversive. That stage of interrogation could be a prolonged affair, especially for important figures. Suidisman claimed, for example, that he was interrogated 14 times over a period of 18 days for no less than 70 hours and filling 152 pages of pre-trial statements. 23. A common feature of interrogations, especially in the period immediately after detention, was torture and other kinds of ill treatment. 24 Torture took a variety of forms, including severe beatings with lengths of wood, electric cable, and other materials, crushing toes or feet under the legs of tables or chairs, breaking fingers and pulling out fingernails, electric shocks, and burning with cigarettes and molten rubber. Some detainees were forced to watch or listen to other prisoners, including their children or spouses, being tortured. 25 In her memoir, Sumayursi tells the story of a young man beaten by interrogators while she was in the room. The two toughs immediately began to beat him with their clubs. They beat his right shoulder and his left, his neck, his throat, and his head, again and again, and then his chest and his back, paying no attention as the young man screamed and begged for mercy, all the while trying to protect himself with his arms. There was blood everywhere. His face began to swell up, turning black and blue, but the beating continued. Then the young man stopped reacting, and the Major Yuan was completely silent, like a robot. 26. Carmel Buddy Art Joe related a similar story told to her by a fellow detainee, Sobsai activist Sri Amber, who had been present when a young activist was beaten to death under interrogation. She was in the room when they started flogging him. They aimed at his back and neck, the most vulnerable parts of the body. The flogging grew in intensity and Sri tried not to watch. She stared at a piece of paper in front of her, trying to concentrate on anything but the atrocity going on in her presence. But when she heard him fall, she turned around to see what had happened. He was lying prostrate on the floor, thick white foam was oozing out of his mouth. When she rushed over to him, the torturers did nothing to hold her back. A few moments later, the boy was dead. 27. Prisoners, both men and women, also suffered various kinds of sexual violence. 28 Some were given electric shocks to their genitals. 29 Others were forced to have sex while their interrogators looked on, shouting abuse and obscenities. Some women were made to strip naked, and were subjected to forced touching and rape by their interrogators. 30 The account of a woman arrested on suspicion of being a Jirwani member in Central Java is fairly typical. I was beaten and stripped naked. My pubic hair and the hair on my head was burnt. All I could do was scream and call upon the name of God. I was once made to sit in the lap of a male prisoner. While naked, I was held and ordered to kiss the penises of all the officers interrogating me. 31. According to one account by a fellow detainee, several teenage girls accused of taking part in the alleged torture and killing of the generals at Halim Air Base were groped and raped by their army captors. Later, still in custody, they were filmed while being made to reenact the lascivious dance they had supposedly performed while at Halim. 32 Sexual exploitation by military and prison officials was also common. Some prison and military officials took advantage of their positions of authority to rape female prisoners, or sell them as prostitutes outside the prison walls. 33. Figure 8.2. Women political detainees prey in Plantungan prison camp, Central Java, 1977. As in most other cases of political imprisonment, torture was frequently used to obtain information that could be used to track down and arrest more suspects. Prisoners were pressed, for instance, to reveal the names and whereabouts of other party members, or information about their party's plans, networks, and intentions. Torture was also used to coerce confessions for use in political trials and public campaigns. In fact, confessions and interrogation statements were virtually the only evidence introduced in the political trials. For example, the confessions of several young women about the alleged actions of Jirwani members at Lubang Buia became the basis of the army's grotesque but effective Psy-war campaign. 34 Like their counterparts in Pol Pot's Cambodia and Franco's Spain, Indonesian interrogators seemed to care less about the actual facts than in securing evidence to support a pre-existing narrative of guilt. Beyond such instrumental aims, the torture of Indonesian detainees had a number of other purposes. As in other campaigns of mass incarceration, one goal was to humiliate, terrorize, and turn the detainee. To be clear, such torture had no judicial purpose, it was aimed solely at punishing a prisoner for their presumed treachery or political beliefs. Thus, for example, one detainee told the story of two leftist journalists who were made to undergo a painful and humiliating ritual in military detention. First, the soldiers smashed a large number of beer bottles on the floor. When the sharp fragments had been evenly spread, they made the two men crawl over them on their hands and knees. With their clothes torn to shreds and bleeding profusely, they had to cry Hijab Sukarno, all the time in a loud voice. 35. Torture was sometimes also driven by the perceived need by lower-ranking or politically suspect soldiers and officials to demonstrate their reliability to superior officers. A similar need may also explain the unusual brutality of prisoners who became informants and interrogators for their captors. Desperate to save themselves, they sometimes tried to prove their value to their captors by turning against and abusing their former colleagues with exceptional brutality. 36. Long-term imprisonment. If the basic facts of preliminary detention provide strong indications that the mass incarceration after October 1965 was encouraged and facilitated by the Army, the patterns of longer-term imprisonment leave no room for doubt that the program was centrally designed and orchestrated by the Army High Command. Three aspects of that program are especially revealing. First, the system of categorizing political prisoners, set in motion within weeks of the alleged coup, was devised by the Army leadership, and implemented through the Army chain of command and under its authority. Second, the conditions under which political detainees were held clearly reflected the political motives and interests of the Army leadership, and paid scant attention to norms of justice or due process. Third, regional variations in the intensity of mass detentions, like variations in the pattern of killings, appear to be linked directly to the postures, interests, and strategies of regional army authorities. Categorizing prisoners. After preliminary interrogation, detainees were placed by military officials in one of three broad categories according to their alleged degree of involvement in the September 30 movement. 37 Category A detainees were those said to have been clearly directly involved in the movement, either because they participated in it, took part in planning it, or knew of the plan but did not report it to the authorities. Category B detainees were those said to be clearly indirectly involved in the movement. That category targeted leading figures of the PKI and its many affiliated organizations, and anyone who had allegedly expressed approval of the movement or had opposed efforts to suppress it. As a practical matter, Category B encompassed leading leftist figures for whom there was no evidence of their actual involvement in the alleged coup. As Attorney General Sugiarto explained in 1971, then there are the B prisoners. We know for certain they are traitors, that they are ideologically conscious, but there is not enough evidence to bring them to court. 38 Category C detainees were those who may reasonably be assumed to have been directly or indirectly involved in the coup. 39 More specifically, Category C covered PKI sympathizers and members of PKI-affiliated mass organizations. It also included people who had allegedly been involved in the 1948 Madiun uprising and did not immediately oppose the alleged 1965 coup. This system of categorization was first spelled out as a guide for arresting and processing suspects on November 15, 1965, in a decree issued by General Suharto on President Sukarno's authority. 40 That decree was later amended and reissued several times under Suharto's authority, but the basic system of categorization was left intact. 41. Several things are immediately striking about this system. For one thing, it affirmed that mere membership in or sympathy for the PKI or one of its affiliates were sufficient grounds to be detained. It did so, moreover, several months before those organizations had been banned formally, making membership in or sympathy for a lawful organization a reason for imprisonment. Second, the system of categorization was based on a conception of guilt that rested not on the actions of the accused but on their affiliations and presumed ideas, attitudes, and intentions. Third, it introduced the fuzzy distinction between direct and indirect involvement, as though these terms and categories were somehow self-evident. Indeed, the language of the edict was so vague that it gave the impression of having been drafted in great haste. But the vagueness was probably quite deliberate, and provided the army leadership with virtually unlimited power to detain anyone and to hold or release them at will. 42 Finally, and perhaps most important, the Kopkomtib decrees and the system of prisoner categorization they created underscore the point that the mass political incarceration was a deliberate, centralized, and coordinated campaign, and not in any way the product of spontaneous anger or popular emotions run wild. 43. Of the estimated 1 million people interned after October 1, the vast majority were designated as Category C detainees, those who may reasonably be assumed to have been directly or indirectly involved in the movement by virtue of their political affiliation or presumed sympathies. As noted above, this group included hundreds of thousands of people who had been members of various mass organizations associated with the PKI. Few, if any, of this group would have had any knowledge of, let alone involvement in, the events of October 1, 1965. A smaller number, perhaps 30,000, were designated as Category B detainees, people deemed to have been clearly indirectly involved in the movement by virtue of their leadership positions in left-wing organizations, but for whom there was insufficient evidence to bring any charges. 44 This group included, for instance, local and regional officers of the targeted groups on the left, leading cultural figures, and some military officers and civilian government officials deemed to have leftist or Sukarnoist sympathies. As discussed below, some 10,000 Category B detainees were eventually transported to the prison island of Buru, where they remained without charge or trial for up to a decade. A much smaller number, probably a few thousand, were designated as Category A detainees, those deemed to be clearly directly involved in planning and carrying out the supposed coup, or failing to report it to the authorities. They included well-known political party figures, Sukarno loyalists, and senior military officers implicated in the alleged coup plot. Many Category A prisoners, but not all, were eventually charged and sentenced in political show trials between early 1966 and 1976.45. Prison conditions. Regardless of their category, detainees were subjected to conditions of imprisonment that amounted to serious ill treatment, and many prisoners became sick or died. 46 Although prison conditions varied, and some detainees were treated reasonably well, most experienced extreme overcrowding, dangerously inadequate nutrition, lack of basic amenities, unsanitary conditions, and little or no medical care. Worse still, detainees lived in constant fear of being loaned out by prison authorities, that is, removed from their cell and taken away to an undisclosed location, often to be killed. Finally, detainees suffered psychological and emotional problems, in part stemming from their isolation from family and friends, and uncertainty about their fate, but also from heavy-handed programs of ideological indoctrination that a senior COPCOMTIB officer explained were aimed at readjusting the mental condition of detainees. 47. The arrest of hundreds of thousands of people in a matter of months meant that places of detention were chronically overcrowded. It was not uncommon for several detainees to be housed in cells that had been built, in many cases by Dutch colonial authorities, to house one or two prisoners. At COPCOMTIB's notorious Kalong Detention Center in Jakarta, 5 detainees typically shared a cell measuring 2.5 by 3 meters, at a lockup in Bandung, 6 detainees slept in a cell measuring 3 by 4 meters, at Misa Prison in central Sulawesi, 20 prisoners were crammed into a cell of the same size, and one detainee describes sharing a cell of 1.5 by 2.5 meters with 8 others. 48. The food provided by military authorities was inadequate, a problem compounded in many cases by corruption. 49 Even where budgets were sufficient to feed the huge influx of detainees, food was often stolen or sold by prison authorities before it ever reached the prisoners. If they were lucky, prisoners received some rice and a bit of salt fish or soybean cake twice a day. More commonly, they were given a small amount of corn, cassava, or other root crop with a piece of salt or salt fish once a day. To stay reasonably healthy, prisoners had to supplement their diets by getting food from family or friends on the outside. But even that option was impossible for those who were detained far from their homes, for those who had no family, or whose families were too poor or frightened to make the journey to the detention center. In such cases, prisoners supplemented their diets by eating rats, lizards, snakes, insects, and any other forms of protein they could find. 50 The consequences of such food shortages were predictable. As Premo Edi wrote to his daughter from prison, "You probably never witnessed the abnormal physical movements or the odd mental manifestations of a person whose body weight is less than 50% what it should be. The man's eyes bulge from their sockets, yet his vision is blurred. His skin is cracked and dry, and when he moves his joints are stiff like those of King Kong in the silent film. When he walks he looks around himself, his head bobbing slowly and uncertainly, but his stare is blank and uncertain. Such a sight was a common one during the Japanese occupation and now today is a common one again among Indonesia's political prisoners. 51. Detainees were also deprived of basic amenities. Cells typically had no beds, mattresses, or pillows, no chairs or tables, and no nets to protect them from malarial mosquitoes. Most detainees slept on the concrete floor, or if they were lucky, on a woven mat provided by a family member or friend on the outside. Basic toiletries like soap and toothpaste were seldom provided, and so had to be obtained from the outside, or through barter with other prisoners or guards. Worse still, the overcrowded cells often had no running water and toilets. Prisoners in such cells had no choice but to defecate in buckets and plastic bags, or on the floor. Premo Edia wrote about his place of detention in 1969, when we entered the barracks that had been assigned to us at Karangtengah prison on Nusa Kambangan, we had found there, a hill of human shit. In each barracks it had been the same, a petrified mound of shit starting from just inside the door and continuing all the way to the latrine. 52. Under these conditions, it was hardly surprising that many detainees became seriously ill and some died. By the late 1970s, Amnesty International concluded that tuberculosis had become endemic among Indonesia's political prisoners, and that in the worst prisons, more than half of the prisoner population was affected. 53 The situation was further exacerbated by the lack of proper medical care in most detention facilities. Few, if any, employed full-time medical staff, more often relying on occasional visits by an itinerant doctor or nurse. In the absence of medical staff, prisoners relied on the expertise of fellow inmates, some of whom were experienced doctors and nurses. 54 Others took up the study of traditional medical practices, such as acupuncture and reflexology, as a way to offer some relief to themselves and their prison mates. Even those facilities that did have a nurse or doctor on site usually suffered from a chronic shortage of medicines. And so prisoners were once again left to their own devices, forced to obtain medicines from the outside or corrupt prison officials. After suffering severe bronchitis for several months in Salembah prison, Suwondo Budi Artjo was finally able to obtain medicine from the outside. After his release, he wrote, "Without the help of my family, other detainees, and good-hearted people from Amnesty International, church groups, and others, many of us, including myself, would certainly have died in Salembah." 55. Figure 8.3. Political detainees at Sumberjo Prison Camp, East Kalimantan, 1977. In addition to these burdensome conditions, some prisoners were required to perform forced labor. 56 Indeed, certain detention centers were effectively organized and run as work camps, providing unremunerated labor for government construction projects, manufacturing operations, and agricultural production. The most notorious of these was the prison island of Buru, examined below, but it was hardly the only one. Among others, the Mokonglu camp in South Sulawesi, the Amarero and Nangananga camps in Central Sulawesi, and the Komoro Island camp in South Sumatra were effectively penal colonies for Category A and B prisoners. 57 Likewise, in Salembah prison in Jakarta, Tangerang prison just outside the city, and the Nusa Kambangan prison complex off the south coast of Java, political prisoners were required to work on prison farms and other unremunerated projects. 58 In many cases, too, camp authorities compelled detainees to perform corvée labor for their personal benefit, such as building, gardening, and cleaning. Appalling as these physical conditions were, the memoirs and testimonies of detainees suggest that for some at least, the most debilitating aspects of their detention were psychological and emotional. Time and again, their accounts return to feelings of anger, frustration, and resentment at being treated as less than human, as mere animals, deprived of the most basic requirements of human dignity and the possibility to act as part of a community. Thus, for example, 10 SWIE Ling writes that throughout the period of their detention, G30's political prisoners were never treated like fellow human beings. 59 Similarly, in her memoir, Sumayursi stresses, it was as though we were not regarded as human beings at all, but as nothing more than pieces of salt fish or lengths of wood. 60. In an account of his visit to the Sumbarijo prison camp in East Kalimantan in 1977, the journalist David Jenkins described the mood as one of resignation and smoldering resentment. At the time, the camp was home to 525 Category B prisoners, 470 men and 55 women, most of whom had already been held without charge or trial for 12 years. After so long in captivity, Jenkins wrote, the detainees had mixed feelings about their situation, but there was no mistaking their anger or resolve. On the one hand, they act like men who recognize the futility of outward opposition. On the other hand, they are plainly bitter about their long detention. When the guards are not present, they seethe with indignation about the conditions in the camp. What comes through most forcefully at Sumbarijo is the pride and dignity of the detainees, the stubborn resolve written on so many of their faces. No one at Sumbarijo looked cowed or submissive. There were no model prisoners trotted out, as in other camps, to abjectly defend the Pancasila way of life. 61. Among the most alarming aspects of political imprisonment after October 1965 was the practice of loaning out detainees. Mentioned in virtually all memoirs of former detainees, the term described a practice in which authorities would remove a detainee from their cell frequently in the middle of the night and take them to an undisclosed location from which they might never return. Loaning out, a classic example of the Army's Orwellian doublespeak, could mean a prisoner was being transferred to another detention center, called for interrogation, or sent to perform corvée labor. But it was also a common preliminary to execution. That was certainly the understanding of political detainees who witnessed the practice firsthand. 62. Detainees also suffered from the terrible uncertainty that was a direct result of the arbitrary nature of their incarceration. 63 Because all but a few were being held without charge or trial, and because the reasons for their detention were never explained, they had no way of knowing how long they might be in detention or if they would ever be released. During a political trial in 1975, the courageous human rights lawyer Yapthiam Hine cited the plea of one political detainee, "We are like leaves on a tree, just waiting to fall to earth and become one with it. Help us get our freedom back, to rejoin our unprotected families. Help us at the very least to be brought to trial so that this soul-destroying uncertainty can end." 64. Equally disturbing to many political detainees was the program of ideological indoctrination they were required to endure while in detention. The program aimed at cleansing the detainees of their old ideas, including communism, atheism, and old order thinking, and replacing these with healthy ideas based on belief in God and the Army's version of Pancasila. 65 Explaining the rationale of the program in 1977, a senior Copcomtab officer said, "We have to be sure that we have changed their minds to Pancasila minds." 66 As though echoing Michel Foucault, Army authorities responsible for implementing the program spoke of the prisoners as suffering mental illness and themselves as doctors who could cure them. One former detainee recalls an Army captain at Salembah prison telling the detainees who had been gathered for an indoctrination session, "I treat you like people who are suffering mental illness because you have been infected by old order and atheist thoughts, and I am like the doctor who is going to make you all well again." 67 As Jenkins's observations about the detainees at Sumbarijo suggests, the Army cure was not always effective. In the mid-1970s, Indonesian Army and government authorities took these ideas a step further through the psychological testing of political detainees. Among the inmates assessed were more than 400 women at Plantungan Women's Prison in Central Java. Toward the end of 1975, a group of some 25 academics from various disciplines, accompanied by the Armed Forces psychologist, Professor Major General Sumitro, arrived at the prison to do their work. 68 Inmates were gathered on the first day to complete lengthy psychological questionnaires and undergo interviews for a period of several hours. The next day, they were brought together to hear the academics offer their conclusions about their mental health. The academics' assessments were overwhelmingly positive, they marveled at how well the inmates had adjusted to their new environment and suggested that their excellent mental health was the result of strong religious faith. Jenkins, who visited Plantungan prison in 1977, offered a somewhat different interpretation. Here, as elsewhere, intense psychological pressure is exerted on detainees to make them conform to the norms of Pancasila society. The result, in some cases, is that women who were once of an independent disposition had been turned into apologists for a way of life they once deplored, frail shells whispering intensely about the gratitude they feel for a government which has deprived them of their liberty for more than a decade. 69. Notably, senior Dutch psychologists and social scientists were instrumental in setting up the program of psychological testing. Preliminary research indicates that the psychological assessments of political detainees were part of a formal collaboration between several Indonesian and Dutch universities known as the Kuntu Project. 70. Under the terms of that project, Dutch academics assisted their Indonesian partners in designing the psychological testing of political prisoners. According to Dutch media reports from the late 1970s, the aim of the project was to investigate the level of communistness of the detainees. 71. Thus, apart from revealing the Army's cynical deployment of scientific expertise for political purposes, the program suggested the disturbing possibility of complicity on the part of medical professionals and academics, Indonesian and foreign, in the Army's program of arbitrary political imprisonment and thought reform. That possibility underscores the observation of historian Petteri Pietikäinen that in authoritarian states, psychiatry, and all other sciences, especially if they research on humans, easily drawn into the trajectory of politics, power, and intrigue. 72. To kill or detain. Broad similarities notwithstanding, patterns of imprisonment varied by locale. In some areas, notably Jakarta, West Java, Sulawesi, and Buru, a great many people remained in detention, while in others, Aceh, Bali, and East Java, the number of long-term prisoners was relatively small. More significant perhaps, there appears to have been an inverse relationship between the levels of long-term detention and mass killing, where the number of long-term detainees was relatively high, the number of killings was low, and vice versa. 73. As such, the areas with the greatest concentrations of long-term detainees were those with relatively lower levels of killing, Jakarta, West Java, North and South Sulawesi, and the prison island of Buru. By contrast, the areas with relatively low levels of long-term incarceration had high levels of killing, Aceh, Bali, and East Java. Indeed, Aceh and Bali seem to have had few detainees after about 1967. 74. As in the case of killings, it appears that rates of long-term incarceration were shaped in part by the postures and strategies of different regional military commanders. Although the order to destroy the movement and the PKI clearly came from the Central Army leadership, regional military commanders had some autonomy in deciding how to achieve that objective. 75. The regional commanders in certain areas evidently favored a policy of killing while others adopted a strategy of mass incarceration. Thus, the regional military command in Aceh opted to kill rather than detain alleged supporters of the movement, or to be more precise, opted to kill detainees rather than holding them for the long term. By contrast, the regional military command in West Java adopted a strategy of mass detention with relatively little killing. 76. Such differences in strategy may help to explain variations in other regions and other national contexts as well. Second, the pattern of incarceration seems to have been shaped by logistical considerations, like the facilities and resources available to the authorities in different areas. The detention and processing of vast numbers of detainees was both time-consuming and expensive. Entirely new bureaucratic systems had to be set up and funded in order to process and keep track of the prisoners. Some regional and local commands were better placed and perhaps more inclined to create those systems than others. Thus, where regional and local commanders had fewer facilities and resources such as prisons, jails, barracks, warehouses, interrogators, clerks, food, and gasoline, or preferred not to use those resources for detention purposes, the rates of incarceration tended to be somewhat lower. The grim corollary to that pattern was that more of those who might have been kept in detention were killed instead. Simply stated, where the logistics of detention became difficult either because of a shortage of available space, or because it was too costly to house and feed large numbers of detainees, the result appears to have been an increased resort to killing. That pattern has been observed in a number of different locales. Yenling Tsai and Douglas Kamen have observed, for instance, that the large number of detainees initially held in rural North Sumatra was a strain on the army budget, which in turn may have led to more killing. There were persistent rumors that the budget allocated for detention centers was insufficient, and so the army intended to kill many of the prisoners, perhaps even sending them to Aceh for execution. 77 Likewise, in a February 1966 cable to the Foreign Office concerning the pattern of killings, British Ambassador Gilchrist wrote, "In Jakarta, of course, there have been no mass killings. A large number, possibly thousands, were rounded up in the early days and thrown into prison or, when the prisons were full, taken to one of the small islands offshore. It seems likely that some of these people have been killed, if only because the problems of feeding them were so burdensome." 78. Similar dynamics were at work in parts of Java as well. In Banyuwangi, East Java, for example, the army was reportedly unable or unwilling to hold all those who had been arrested. As a result, many were sent back to the news paramilitary Banzer units to be killed. According to a former Banzer leader, every night, the district military command sent us dozens of PKI members with orders to kill them. 79 Likewise, in late November 1965, the U.S. Embassy reported that in central Java, there were large numbers of detainees who the military had no desire or ability to feed and house. The solution there, as elsewhere, was for military personnel to move detainees at night and en route hand them over to designated civilian death squads. 82 years later, in the context of a sweep against alleged communists in the area of Purwodadi, central Java, the district military commander reportedly told an Indonesian journalist, "If we arrested everyone who was PKI, we would not know what to do with them. We do not have space to detain them." 81 There too, hundreds of political detainees were killed. Finally, there seem to have been fewer killings where army authorities appropriated or exploited detainee labor for government projects or personal gain, once again suggesting an inverse relationship between longer-term detention and mass killing. Thus, for example, in South Sulawesi and Central Sulawesi, where the exploitation of political detainee labor was common, the levels of killing were relatively low. The clearest case of the relationship, however, was the forced labor camp on Buru Island, where some 10,000 Category B detainees spent up to 10 years. As the writer and former Buru inmate Premo Edaya remarked several years after his release, the people who went to Buru were the people who were spared from execution. 82. Buru, Prison Island. In 1969, some 2,500 Category B political detainees were secretly transported by train and then shipped from their prisons in Java to the tiny island of Buru, in the far eastern reaches of Indonesia's vast archipelago. There, with only the most basic tools and materials, and under constant guard by heavily armed soldiers, they began to build the barracks, roads, staff headquarters, fences, and guard houses of what would eventually become one of the largest and most notorious concentration camps in Asia. 83. Over the next few years, this first group was joined by successive waves of Category B detainees, until by 1975 the total number held on Buru Island was at least 10,000. 84 Except for the hundreds who died there due to starvation, suicide, and disease, all these prisoners remained on Buru until the late 1970s. The last of the prisoners were finally returned to Java in late 1979, a full 10 years after the first boatload had arrived. None of those held in the camp were ever charged with a crime. Nor was any plausible reason ever given for their eventual release. When Indonesian army authorities acknowledged the existence of the camp in late 1969, they insisted that it was not a concentration camp. It was, they said, a resettlement project that would provide settlers the chance to be productive citizens, developing a remote part of the country, while at the same time undergoing political rehabilitation. Formally coordinated by the Prosecutor General, Buru was in reality a penal colony run and controlled by the army, and more specifically the powerful Kopkomtiv. 85 Everything about Buru, from the geographic layout of its barracks and yards, to the treatment of the so-called settlers, and the language used to rationalize it, bore the army's distinctive imprint. That military ethos was made apparent in one of President Suharto's first public comments about Buru in December 1969. Some elements of the foreign press have tried to discredit Buru as an Indonesian version of Buvandigul or a concentration camp. They forget that in history, war always brings risks for the losing side. 86 The detainees, then, were seen as the defeated enemies in a war. Indeed, while some observers and former prisoners sought to draw parallels between Buru and the places of exile to which the Dutch colonial authorities had sent their most troublesome political opponents, Buru was actually quite different and, in reality, worse. The more fitting comparison was with the POW camps that the Japanese military authorities had set up in Indonesia and elsewhere during the Second World War. 87 As in those camps, the inmates on Buru were made to work under military guard from morning to night, building barracks and staff quarters, roads and walkways, and turning dense jungle and grasslands into farmland. Like the POWs in the Japanese camps, the Buru internees received only the barest ration of food, which they had to supplement to stay alive, slept in barracks with virtually no amenities, suffered illness for which they received no medical care, and lived in constant fear of punishment for the slightest infraction or perceived offense against the rules or a particular commander. And like those in the Japanese camps, Buru's detainees were subjected to a constant barrage of political messages and instructions ostensibly aimed at their ideological improvement and re-education, but that in reality, led only to frustration and despair. The main differences between the two were that the prisoners on Buru suffered these conditions and indignities for up to 10 years, rather than the 3.5 years that prisoners remained in the Japanese camps, and they suffered not under an occupying power but instead at the hands of their own security forces. The same basic conditions of detention that existed elsewhere in the country were also common on Buru. 88 But in addition, those held on Buru experienced further ill treatment and indignities, including forced labor. 89 Using only the most rudimentary tools, like sickles, axes, and hoes, inmates cleared dense forests and grasslands to make the roads and pathways that would connect the different units of the camp. They spent months and years turning grasslands and dense forests into irrigated rice paddies. They constructed the officers' houses, the camp buildings, and the very barracks in which they and future inmates would eventually live. To make matters worse, the crops and other products of their labor were routinely expropriated by camp officials, either for their own consumption or resale at the market in the small town of Namli. Such labor always took place under armed guard, and so under the constant threat of punishment. One of the more striking aspects of these punishments, beyond their simple brutality and unfairness, was the degree to which they replicated the highly militarized style of the POW camp. Exhausted and undernourished prisoners who had infringed a rule or offended a guard were made to drop and do 100 push-ups, stand at attention for hours in the rain or blazing sun, or walk repeatedly around a yard in a squatting position with their hands behind their head. 90 Through sheer lack of imagination, it seems, the army punished the detainees using its limited repertoire, learned from the period of the Japanese occupation. The products of prisoner labor, including rice and other food, were ostensibly to be used to feed the prisoners themselves. And it is true that in time, the food that prisoners produced did provide an essential supplement to the meager rations supplied by the camp authorities. Nevertheless, the search for adequate food was a constant preoccupation. As Pramo Edaya writes, eating snakes was common. Some of the men ate woodworms, too, disposing of the head first and then eating the fatty lower part of the body, sometimes raw. Dogs, too, found their way into our stomachs. 91. Psychological burdens. Beyond the physical demands faced by the prisoners on Buru, and in some ways far exceeding them in seriousness, were the enormous psychological and emotional burdens to which their incarceration gave rise. Among the most common themes in the accounts of Buru prisoners is silence. Former prisoners lament, for example, that their past contributions to the nation were either ignored or forgotten, that they were not permitted to speak or write about anything meaningful, and that they were forbidden to read newspapers, listen to the radio, or read books other than religious texts. Writers were denied pen and paper, and when they were allowed to write, there was always the possibility that their writings would be confiscated or destroyed. Thus, after Premo Edaya had filled 9 tablets with notes for a novel about the early years of the nationalist movement, the camp authorities confiscated them all and never returned them. 92. Another common refrain in the memoirs of Buru prisoners, as of other political detainees, was the indignity of being treated as less than human, as a beast, a thing, or an automaton. This denial of prisoners' humanity is revealed in many forms in the recurrent statements that the food they were given was not fit for human consumption, that they were cut off from the families they loved and from the social ties that made them human. In an echo of Hannah Arendt, ex-prisoner Setiawan writes that political detainees were not recognized as political beings but only as biological animals, they were known by their numbers and not their names. 93. Similarly, Premo Edaya writes that the years of being treated like animals robbed political detainees of their self-confidence, dignity, and sense of personhood. 94. Of the psychological burdens borne by prisoners on Buru, as for those detained without charge elsewhere, unquestionably one of the greatest was uncertainty about their own future, but also the fate of their families and loved ones. 95. Having never been charged, tried, or sentenced, prisoners had no idea how long they might have to remain on the island, and the authorities, perhaps deliberately, provided no clarification on the matter. Some detainees simply gave up hope, and assuming the worst, sank into despair or mental illness, perhaps inevitably. Some committed suicide. 96. Others hung on to vague rumors picked up from prisoners who may have worked in the camp commander's house, or listened for clues on the radio that 1 or 2 prisoners managed to keep hidden in their barracks. And while they wondered if they would ever be released, they worried about and longed for their families back on Java. For apart from being physically separated from them for years, most prisoners were not even able to communicate with their families by post. In theory, prisoners were permitted to send 1 postcard home per month, but in reality few of those cards ever reached their destinations. 97. As if all this were not enough, the Buru prisoners were subjected to a heavy-handed program of indoctrination and re-education that was euphemistically known as the Mental Guidance Program, coordinated by a headquarters mental guidance officer. The explicit purpose of this program was to get all prisoners to renounce their communist ideology, adopt and practice one of the state's recognized religions, and embrace the army's version of the national ideology, Pancasila. As the Attorney General said in October 1972, if an individual has fulfilled the condition of being a genuine Pancasilaist, he can naturally come back from Buru. 98. There were several obvious problems with this plan. The first was that it assumed that all the prisoners on Buru were communists when in reality many were not. As the detainee Setiawan reportedly told an international committee of the Red Cross delegation to Buru in the 1970s, actually not all of us are communists. We're just people despised by the regime. 99. The second problem was that as nationalists and Sukarno loyalists, the vast majority of prisoners were already ardent supporters of Pancasila. Indeed, there were among them many who had helped to defend Pancasila when it had come under attack at various times before 1965. For those prisoners as well as countless other Indonesians, there was no contradiction between being a leftist, a Sukarnoist, or even a communist and believing in Pancasila. The purported conflict was one of the army's own making, a conflict born of political expediency and a limited grasp of the country's political history. What prisoners objected to was that they who actually knew a good deal about Pancasila, and had long embraced it, should have to receive lectures about it from army officers who not only had a poor grasp of its meaning but who were now misrepresenting it. Emblematic of the problem was the Minister of Information, a military officer, who in an interview for a Dutch documentary film about the political prisoners was himself unable to remember the 5 main tenets of Pancasila. 100. Detainees found some relief from these burdens in the occasional opportunities provided by camp authorities for cultural activities, sports, and religious worship. In their memoirs, some former detainees write with fondness about the musical and theatrical performances they were allowed to undertake, about their exploits on the dirt soccer field and volleyball court, and their sense of communion in church or mosque. 1011 One of the most cherished memories, though, was of gathering in Premo Edia's hut in the evenings to listen as he spun a rich tale about the early years of Indonesia's national awakening at the turn of the 20th century. That story, an oral history built up and reshaped by suggestions from a group of disheveled political exiles, formed the basis for Premo Edia's masterwork of historical fiction, a tetralogy appropriately named the Buru Quartet. Published shortly after Premo Edia's release from Buru, the first 2 volumes were instant bestsellers. 1 year later, the Attorney General banned them on the spurious grounds that they contained communist teachings. 102. International connections. In spite of its isolated location and the absence of meaningful government information about it, the story of Buru eventually began to make its way to other parts of Indonesia and beyond. The first accounts came in letters from prisoners that had somehow been smuggled back to Java, where they were circulated among friends and sympathizers, and sometimes shared with human rights organizations. As the news spread and human rights organizations began to express alarm, the Indonesian authorities sought to reassure both domestic and international audiences that there was nothing sinister about the prison island. In 1971-72, the authorities permitted a number of Indonesian and foreign journalists to visit Buru to see for themselves. One of the first to go and report on the situation there was the Indonesian journalist Marcel Beating, who visited Buru in late 1971. His article, published in the National Daily Compass, sounded a surprisingly critical tone, asking, "How long have they to stay there?" They themselves are asking this question. Their families are asking this question, and I myself join in asking it. And the answer is as dark as the sky above Unit 2 on that December afternoon in 1971. They are all lonely men. They are all lonely while laboring from morning to sunset. They are also troubled by the feeling of uncertainty about the future and about their loved ones far across the sea, parents, wives, children, relatives. 103. The accounts of most foreign journalists and human rights organizations were similarly critical, providing a grim picture of the reality of life for the Buru detainees, and expressing doubt about the wisdom and legality of their detention without charge or trial. Commenting on the regime of forced labor, a foreign journalist who visited Buru in December 1971 wrote in Newsweek that for those with no previous farming experience, and for the older men and intellectuals, the grueling manual labor is sheer punishment. 104. Irritated by the tone and content of these press reports, the army declared the island off limits to journalists and tourists for the next 5 years. During that period, the only visitors to the camp were military authorities including Kopkamtib Commander General Sumitro, occasional ICRC delegations, some missionaries, a few hand-picked journalists, and a team of psychologists. Prisoner accounts of these visits offer intriguing glimpses into the attitudes and behaviors of the Indonesian authorities, and confirmation if any were needed that the Buru prison camp, like the entire program of political incarceration, was a project of the Army's central leadership. For much of the 1970s, the only meaningful contact Buru's detainees had with the outside world was through the brief visits of small ICRC delegations. 105 Preparation for these visits was feverish on the part of both the detainees and the authorities. Detainees strategized about how to outwit the camp authorities in order to pass sensitive information to the delegation. One strategy was to appoint a detainee who could speak a European language, like French or German, to communicate with the ICRC representative. The assumption, probably correct, was that the soldiers supervising these interactions would not understand what was being said. Another, more dangerous approach was to prepare written reports to be passed on secretly to a member of the delegation in the course of their inspections. Meanwhile, Army authorities anxiously prepared for the visits by ordering a cleanup of the camp and warning detainees not to say anything that could be construed as criticism. They also managed to limit the duration of the visits to 1 or 2 days, and to prevent the ICRC delegates from speaking at any length with the detainees. About 15 minutes for each of a handful of detainees was about the norm. 106. During one visit in 1973 or 1974, a detainee managed to pass a handwritten report about the conditions on Buru to the delegates while carrying their bags to the boat. Unfortunately, news of the report made its way to the camp commander and led to an angry response. As one detainee recalled, the day after the visitors left, there was an extraordinary roll call for all inmates. The commander, shrieking, demanded to know which prisoner had given a letter in English to the Swiss visitors. The letter was unsigned but described the prisoner's real situation, saying it was nothing like what they had seen because everything had been staged. While waiting for the confession, all the prisoners were left standing in the rain. Because no one confessed, the chief guard threatened to use brand new technology to find the culprit, a lie detector. 107. Despite these difficult conditions, the ICRC was able to gain a fairly accurate sense of the camp conditions. And although in keeping with its standard protocols, the ICRC promised not to make its findings public, it was nevertheless able to insist on some changes. After one visit, for instance, Premo Edaya and others were provided with paper and pens and permitted to write again. Moreover, through its informal contacts with other human rights organizations like Amnesty International, the ICRC was able to convey in a general sense its impressions of the conditions in the camp. Those communications gave other organizations the confidence to pursue their own reporting and campaigning. Other visitors to Buru included a delegation of government-approved academics, most of them psychologists, and a handful of Indonesian journalists, who spent a few days there in mid-October 1973. 108 Led by Fuad Hassan, a professor of psychology, the inter-university psychology team was made up of several professors from the well-regarded University of Indonesia and Gadjah Mada University. Ostensibly sent to assess the psychological welfare of the detainees, the team was clearly operating under an army mandate. Indeed, Kop Komtab Commander Sumitro and other senior army officers accompanied the team. As in the case of the psychologists who studied the detainees in Plantungan Women's Prison in 1975, these academics had, perhaps unwittingly, begun to serve as a scientific arm of the army and the New Order state. Likewise, the journalists who accompanied them had become tools of the regime's propaganda campaign to dodge or derail growing criticism of its program of arbitrary political imprisonment. Premo Edaya's account of the visit suggests, moreover, that in their interviews with detainees, the psychologists may have breached basic codes of medical confidentiality and independence. Rather than assessing the mental health of detainees, for example, they questioned them about their political beliefs, asking what they thought about the September 30th movement and the killing of the generals, and what kind of political system they preferred. Over the next few days, the prisoners underwent a battery of written psychological tests, followed by further group interviews with the psychologists, journalists, and senior army officers, including Sumitro. In these interviews, the detainees were once again asked about their political opinions and religious beliefs. One journalist asked whether Premo Edaya had found God during his time in detention, while another asked whether prison had been of spiritual value. The meeting concluded with a fatuous speech by General Sumitro, who, with journalists eagerly taking notes, urged the detainees not to give up hope. In the course of his 12-year imprisonment without charge or trial, one Indonesian political detainee asked the authorities, "Why don't you take me to court?" They told him, he said later, that it was a political matter, and in political matters black becomes white and white becomes black. 109 That remark captured neatly a crucial dimension of the program of mass incarceration that was set in motion after October 1, 1965, its underlying motivation was not judicial but purely political. What the remark left unsaid, perhaps intentionally, was precisely what that political objective was and who was driving it. The evidence presented here leaves no room for doubt that the main objective of the campaign was to destroy the PKI and Indonesian left, and that the principal force behind that move was the army leadership under Suharto. Beyond that general conclusion, several features of the campaign are worth highlighting. First, the vast scale and systematic quality of the mass incarceration, including the common patterns of detention and ill treatment found across the country, the elaborate system of prisoner classification, and the heavy reliance on executive orders and decrees make clear that it was centrally planned and coordinated, and belie any suggestion of spontaneity or randomness. Second, the methodology and logistics of incarceration, the routine brutality of the arresting officers, the common practice of torture and sexual violence during interrogation, and the resort to highly militarized routines, punishments, and rationales point unequivocally to the Army as the institution responsible and to wartime Japan as a model for the Army's program. Third, the geographic variations in the pattern of incarceration, like the spatial variations in the intensity of mass killings, appear to have been related to the postures, interests, and strategies of regional and local military authorities in implementing national-level directives. Taken together, these characteristics illuminate a defining feature of the program of detention and the wider campaign of violence of which it formed a part, that in its organization, language, methods, and leadership, it was the product of a deep and entrenched militarism. Chapter 9. Release, Restrict, Discipline, and Punish. We are all aware that screening is a means for the government to discipline and purge the state apparatus of communist elements and latent communist threats in particular, as well as from extremist activities in general. It has a very strategic place in the effort to create a state which is clean and carries authority. General Trisutriceno, Armed Forces Commander, 1990. The program of mass detention, torture, forced labor, and show trial continued for more than a decade, but by the end of 1979, all but a few dozen Category A prisoners had been released. Given the massive scale of the program, and the new order's insistence that it was vital to national security, the decision to curtail it demands further scrutiny. Why did the regime eventually decide to release all but a handful of its political detainees in the late 1970s? Did the releases signify fundamental changes in the character of the regime? And what were the consequences for former prisoners, their families, and Indonesian society as a whole? This chapter argues that the decision to release most political detainees was the result of a major international campaign undertaken by human rights organizations in the mid-1970s. That campaign succeeded in large part because it coincided with significant changes in global norms and attitudes pertaining to human rights as well as the position of the U.S. government, and came at a time when Indonesia was vulnerable to outside economic pressures. The chapter makes clear, however, that there was powerful resistance to the idea of releasing these prisoners and an insistence on the continued need to protect the body politic from the latent danger of communism, particularly on the part of the army leadership. As a consequence, even after prisoners were released, they and their families continued to suffer egregious restrictions, formal and informal, on every aspect of their lives. The formal restrictions continued until the end of the new order in 1998, but the deep social and psychological legacies have lasted much longer. Finally, the chapter makes the case that the onerous restrictions on released prisoners were part of a more general obsession on the part of the new order regime with creating and maintaining order, discipline, and stability. That obsession was manifest in an extraordinary program of ideological screening, surveillance, and control that not only survived but intensified after the releases of 1979, and in a system of state propaganda and censorship through which the regime's militarist preoccupations became deeply embedded in Indonesian social and political life. Release. For some time after October 1965, international reactions to Indonesia's program of arbitrary detention were predictably muted. Although Western embassies reported on the arrests to their home governments, none expressed any public or private objections to them, or inquired into the fate of the many tens of thousands who were being detained. In fact, for at least 10 years, the most significant critiques came not from any government or intergovernmental body but from a handful of foreign scholars and non-governmental organizations, and occasionally, detainees themselves. The same was true of the political show trials. When they began in early 1966, a number of Western embassies sent staff to monitor and report on them. As the trials continued, though, fewer and fewer embassy officials attended, and by 1967, only a small number bothered to show up at all. Recalling the trial of PKI General Secretary Sigismund in July 1967, which he attended with Australian political scientist Herbert Feith, Anderson later wrote that after the first day of the trial, embassy officials apparently got tired of attending, or perhaps they were busy with other matters. Herb was also quite busy, and so for the final days of the trial until Sigismund was sentenced to death, I was the only foreigner still there. 1. The campaign for Indonesia's prisoners. That picture remained more or less unchanged until the early 1970s, when a handful of international human rights organizations, notably Amnesty International, the International Commission of Jurists, TPOL, and some church groups began to campaign energetically on behalf of Indonesia's political prisoners. Unlike earlier advocacy efforts, these adopted a deliberately non-ideological posture, arguing that the vast majority of Indonesia's political detainees were being held for their peaceful political beliefs, and must be given a fair trial or freed without condition. Embracing a style of human rights campaigning that would soon become the norm, they made their arguments in the public sphere, using demonstrations and the media not only to name and shame the Indonesian authorities but also to call on other governments to insist that Indonesia adhere to basic human rights norms. 2. These efforts culminated in a major Amnesty International campaign and report published in 1977, the same year the organization won the Nobel Peace Prize. For various reasons, that campaign captured the attention of Western political and cultural elites in a way that the killings and detentions had not done a decade earlier. One reason was that it coincided with a growing awareness of the problem of political imprisonment in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, along with the rise of an international human rights movement. 3. The fate of Indonesia's prisoners resonated powerfully with emerging international concerns focusing on freedom of expression, arbitrary detention, torture, and forced labor. The fact that a good number of Indonesia's political prisoners, or at least those in the news, were respected intellectuals and cultural figures made the problem understandable to educated, middle-class audiences in North America and Europe. Partly for these reasons, starting around 1973, the cause of Indonesia's prisoners began to be championed by selected Western states, notably the Netherlands, and world bodies such as the ILO. 4. The campaign on behalf of Indonesia's political prisoners also received a boost from Carter's election in November 1976. Whatever might be said about the way his administration actually implemented his vision of a human rights-based foreign policy, President Carter opened the door to a set of demands and arguments grounded in human rights that could not easily be brushed aside. 5. The campaign also coincided with a period of political soul-searching in the United States. In the aftermath of Watergate and Vietnam, the U.S. Congress as well as many journalists, intellectuals, and cultural figures were critically re-examining what were seen as the serious failures of U.S. foreign policy in Southeast Asia and around the world. It was against that backdrop that in mid-1976, Congress held hearings on the question of human rights in Indonesia. 6. Carter's presidency was influential well beyond Washington. Advocates for human rights inside Indonesia and even political prisoners themselves heard about his vision and grasped it as a weapon that could be used in their fight. In his memoir, one former political detainee on Buru recalled how the news of Carter's inaugural address in January 1977 had immediately spread throughout the camp, igniting hopeful rumors that their release could not be far off. 7. And in an open letter published in August 1977, a recently released political prisoner invoked Carter's new approach, saying, "This renewed call for the respect of human rights surely brings new hopes." 8. In short, the mid-1970s were a time of unusual receptiveness to the messages that were at the heart of the prisoner campaign, and the NGOs made the most of it. That is not to say that human rights campaigners were following the lead of government officials. On the contrary, the record is clear that human rights activists began their campaign years before most Western governments were on board, and both before and after Carter's inauguration, they faced resistance from disinterested or recalcitrant governments. An official human rights report on Indonesia prepared by the U.S. Department of State in mid-1976 offers a revealing glimpse of the problem. Reviewing specific categories of rights articulated in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the report provided an accounting that borrowed directly from Indonesian army propaganda and was wholly at odds with reality. Article 3, the right to life, liberty, and security of persons is conditioned by the 1966 Emergency Powers Act. However, the Indonesian government does not practice unlawful killings, and liberty and security of the person are generally observed. Article 5, torture, cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment or punishment are not used by the government as an instrument of policy nor officially tolerated by the government. Article 8, access to legal remedies can be difficult because of the complexity of several coexisting systems and understaffed and overcrowded courts. Article 9, arbitrary arrests and detentions occur in Indonesia in cases involving national security. The continued detention of about 31,000 persons is based on the fear of the Indonesian leadership that if the communists are allowed to regroup, Indonesia will again be plunged into disorder, and an apprehension that feelings still exist against those detained which would cause disturbances if they return to their homes. Article 11, appropriate safeguards appear to be followed in criminal trials. Such procedures also appear to be followed in political trials. Under the 1966 emergency powers, detainees need not be brought to trial. The report also claimed that Indonesia's press was among the freest in Asia outside Japan, and incredibly that there were few limits on freedom of association. Apart from the outlawing of the Communist Party, the department noted blandly, there are no unusual limitations on freedom of association which apply to the general public. 9. Notwithstanding the craven posture adopted by the State Department, by mid-1976 the campaign on behalf of Indonesia's political prisoners had begun to have an effect on the attitude of Western governments as well as international organizations, not to mention human rights organizations inside Indonesia itself. While naturally anxious to maintain close relations with Indonesian authorities, whom they still regarded as vital strategic and political allies, the United States and other powers started to raise questions about the fate of the prisoners, and even to suggest that the generous packages of economic and military aid they had provided since 1966 might be jeopardized by a failure to address the situation. In late 1976, for example, a delegation of U.S. senators visited Jakarta to call on Suharto to resolve the prisoner problem or risk losing substantial U.S. aid. Over the same period, U.S. Deputy Secretary of State for Human Rights Patricia Darien and other administration officials were pushing hard for their release, and likewise made it plain that U.S. and other foreign aid hung in the balance. 10 As it happened, those initiatives came at a time when Indonesia was uniquely vulnerable to a decline in economic assistance. The state oil company, Pertamina, had virtually gone bankrupt in early 1975, revealing a potentially catastrophic vulnerability in the Indonesian economy and political system. 11. Official response. It was clear from the outset that Indonesian army authorities were extremely sensitive to outside opinions of their campaign to crush the PKI and sideline Sukarno. Their furious reaction to the unpublished paper of Cornell University scholars Anderson and McVeigh, who took issue with the official version of the supposed coup, was a sign of just how much they worried. It was also telling that the first published official account of the alleged coup was written not in Indonesian but in English, a language that only a tiny fraction of Indonesians could read. 12 The preface to that account offers a fascinating glimpse into the reasons behind its publication. It reveals not only that the book was intended for a foreign audience but also that it was researched and written on instructions from the army leadership with the explicit aim of rebutting the claims of foreign critics. In the light of the existence of a campaign being waged in certain circles in Western countries against the new order in Indonesia, posing the rebels' view of the affair, the two authors were sent to the United States and the Netherlands, where they were able to observe the campaign from its very centers. It should be mentioned here that the political guerrilla waged by certain Eastern Bloc countries were considered well known enough, consequently the two authors were not sent to those countries as was planned earlier. By studying the hostile campaigns, the authors were able to rewrite their manuscript in order to cope with the issues posed by the articles of those circles. 13. The preface to the book also affirmed that the army's preoccupation at the time was with foreign challenges to the official version of the supposed coup. While that question never went away entirely, by the early 1970s the army's attention had begun to shift to the subject of political prisoners. The reason, it seems clear, was that political prisoners were now the main focus of foreign criticism. As external pressure mounted, Indonesian authorities responded in ways they hoped would satisfy their foreign critics. 14. In doing so, they offered up an ever-changing array of explanations, none of them convincing, for the continued detention of so many prisoners without charge or trial. The shifting justifications offered by those authorities provide important insights into the character of the regime and the thinking of its leaders, so are worth reviewing here briefly. Their first attempt to justify the detention of so many political prisoners concentrated on the trials, emphasizing that they were conducted in accordance with Indonesia's 1945 constitution and broadly accepted international human rights standards. As critics, both at home and abroad, began to point out the myriad problems with these claims, the most obvious being that the vast majority of prisoners had never been charged or tried, and that the trials did not, in any case, come close to meeting international standards of fairness. Army strategists shifted gear. 15. While never completely abandoning the dubious claims about legality and the rule of law, they began to argue as well that untried prisoners were being held out of concern for their own safety. Such was the animosity toward them, the government said, that if they were released too soon, they might not be accepted by their communities and might even be subjected to physical violence. 16. In its statement to the ILO meeting in June 1976, for example, the Indonesian delegation claimed that release of detainees, if not carefully prepared, may very well pose real and grave danger to the personal safety of the detainees themselves at the hands of members of their original communities who may not have forgotten the role these detainees played in the period of terror and intimidation prior and during the abortive coup. 17. A third sort of explanation, which may have been somewhat closer to the real reason, was that in the government's view, these untried prisoners represented a threat to national security and stability, commonly described as the latent danger of communism. 18. Even if they had never been tried, and even if there was insufficient evidence to charge them with any crime, the authorities were sure that by virtue of their political beliefs and past associations, those detainees represented a mortal danger to the state and nation as well as the sacred ideology of Pancasila. Thus, in the preface to an official brochure about Buruh, Attorney General Sugiarto clarified that the prisoners sent there were people whom the authorities believed had played an important role in planning, supervising and carrying out the 30 September/PKI movement. However, we have not sufficient evidence to prosecute them further. We consider it still to be a danger to our security to return them to the community. 19. The truth was that there was no evidence to support any of these explanations. By the mid-1970s, tens of thousands of Category B and C prisoners had been released, but the government could not point to a single instance of violent attack against them. 20. Moreover, after the last whiff of PKI resistance had been utterly crushed in 1968 and arguably long before that, the threat of communist subversion had been virtually non-existent. Indeed, when asked specifically about these two claims in November 1976, a senior military officer, General Ali Murtapo, told Amnesty International's Secretary General Martin Engels that communist subversion was not a serious threat to the Indonesian government and that there had not been wide-scale reprisals against political prisoners. 21. Faced with these obvious problems, Indonesian government officials scrambled to find additional justifications for the continued arbitrary detention without trial of many thousands of political prisoners. Mounting international pressure, especially from Washington, also motivated the search for plausible explanations. As the International Commission of Jurists wrote in December 1976, during 1976, there has been intensive pressure in the U.S. Congress and elsewhere about political detainees in Indonesia. 22. Accordingly, Indonesian authorities began to offer a new explanation, quite different from the others, yet no more satisfactory. The Category B prisoners could not yet be released to society, officials now said, because in the tough economic conditions of the time, they would have difficulty finding jobs. Unemployment among former prisoners would in turn give rise to security threats. As COPCOMTIB Chief of Staff Admiral Sutomo explained in December 1976, before Category B prisoners could be released, there must be sufficient employment opportunities for them, since unemployment would create fertile ground for all kinds of acts contrary to law, and this in itself would pose a threat to national security. 23 As a solution to this problem, Army authorities proposed that Category B prisoners would not return to their homes in Java and elsewhere but instead would be resettled to less populous and developed parts of the country including Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Sulawesi, where they would form settler colonies, opening up new farmland. In other words, as Amnesty International and others pointed out, the authorities were effectively proposing an expansion of the Buru resettlement program, the creation of a network of penal colonies. 24. It was against this backdrop that Amnesty International published its comprehensive report on Indonesia's prisoners, and launched a major media and publicity campaign calling for their release. The publication of that report in 1977 and the campaign launch, coming so soon after the start of Carter's presidency, signaled a turning point in the Indonesian government's efforts to justify its continued detention of political prisoners. The government's initial reaction to the Amnesty International report was to dismiss it as a politically motivated hack job. Government and military officials suggested that communists had hijacked Amnesty International, and that its report could therefore safely be ignored. 25 The idea that Amnesty International was a hotbed of communism, and that its Indonesia research desk in London was staffed by PKI members and sympathizers, persisted throughout the new order. At a meeting in Jakarta in 1993, the former foreign minister, Mokhtar Kusumatmadjia, told me that Amnesty International's head of research for Indonesia was a card-carrying member of the PKI. As it happened, I held that post at the time, and so I took the opportunity to tell him that he was mistaken. The minister insisted that he was right, declaring that the person in question was someone much more important than me. Eventually, the government recognized the need to respond more seriously to the evidence presented in the report. Accordingly, in January 1978, the Department of Foreign Affairs published a pamphlet in English that returned to the earlier claims about the rule of law, while also drawing on the other explanations. In doing so, the government revealed that an additional category had been added to cover those political detainees still not processed a full 13 years after the events of 1965, and confirmed, without apparent embarrassment, that Category B prisoners were being held without trial because there was insufficient evidence to charge them with a crime. The pamphlet is worth quoting at length. The arrest and detention of those involved in the G30S/PKI never had as its purpose solely to safeguard the interest of society in public order and safety. On the contrary, their detention was equally directed towards preparing their cases for trial before the judicial courts in order for them to account for their violations of the law, or, as the case may be, for their return to society, in accordance with their fundamental rights as members of that society. As a first step in implementation of this policy, it was necessary to determine to what degree a person was actually involved in the G30S/PKI affair, through a process of thorough investigation, involving meticulous screening and cross-checking of data on a national scale. Based on this process, which by its nature is a continuing one, 4 categories were established, namely: Category A, those who were clearly and directly involved as planners, leaders, or executioners in the attempted coup, with sufficient evidence of their guilt so that their cases could be brought to the court of justice for trial. Category B, those for whom strong indications exist that they played similar roles to those of A category detainees, especially in the preparations for the attempted coup. Owing to insufficient amount of evidence so far, they could not yet be brought to trial, but neither could they be set free precipitately without endangering national security and stability and their own safety. Category C, those who were indirectly involved in the G30S/PKI and who, after investigation, established them as neither belonging to the A category or the B category, could hence be returned to society. Category X, a temporary classification denoting those still being processed to determine whether they should be categorized as either A or B, or should be released. 26. In addition to these ever-shifting justifications, Indonesian authorities also sought to evade criticism by throwing up a barrage of inaccurate, misleading, and constantly changing information about the numbers of prisoners in detention. The government apparently hoped that these numbers would reassure its foreign supporters and deflect the criticism of its opponents. But far from protecting the government, its cavalier approach to the numbers actually became a new focus of international criticism, drawing still more attention to the problem rather than diminishing it. 27. At that stage, old allies stepped up in a last-ditch effort to defend the Indonesian position. In early 1978, for example, former U.S. Ambassador to Indonesia Francis J. Galbraith responded angrily to an article, In Indonesian Prisons, in the New York Review of Books written by two Amnesty International staff members. In his letter, Galbraith not only repeated the government's dubious claims regarding the numbers but also sought to justify Indonesia's continued detention of political prisoners on the grounds that they were all communist cadres and the government was fighting a communist insurgency. Indonesia and most of Indonesia's neighbors are fighting communist insurgencies, and have been doing so for years. Desperately trying to develop the country economically, the Suharto government has understandably hesitated to turn loose the slightly more than 30,000 communist cadres still detained to fuel such an insurgency. The government has, however, released tens of thousands over the past few years and has announced its intention of releasing 10,000 more by the end of this year and 10,000 more in each of the following 2 years. 28. Not only was Galbraith's central claim untrue, Indonesia was not fighting a communist insurgency. His letter appeared to cast aside some of the most elementary tenets of human rights and the rule of law. As Engels wrote in his reply to Galbraith. In conclusion, it is only fair to point out that there is a deep and terrifying logic underlying Mr. Galbraith's argument. He says the Suharto government has understandably hesitated to turn loose those untried political prisoners because they posed the threat and reality of communist insurgency in Indonesia. It is the logic of arbitrary power to maintain that large numbers of people should be detained without trial and without evidence for many years. It is precisely in certain periods of a nation's history, when there is political polarization, that the safeguard for each and every person can only be found in the rule of law. Otherwise, if Mr. Galbraith will reflect a moment, he must realize that people can be treated in appalling and arbitrary ways out of mere suspicion or from guilt by association. 29. In the face of such mounting international criticism, by mid-1978 the Indonesian authorities had come to accept that the Category B prisoners would have to be released. Finally, by late 1979, more than 14 years after the events in which they were alleged to have been involved, but for which they were never charged or tried, the last of those prisoners was released. Yet that did not mean their ordeal had come to an end. Restrict. In their memoirs, letters, and occasional public statements, Indonesia's former political detainees sound a common theme, that despite their formal release, they were never freed. As a former Buruh detainee wrote in his memoir, I don't want to say we were freed because the truth is that once we were back in Java we were not free at all. 30. Another referred to the condition of all former detainees as the freedom of a person whose freedom is restricted, that is to say, not free. 31. At the height of the new order, critics described the restrictions on former prisoners and their families as a system of collective punishment, comparable to the practice of old Javanese kings, Dutch colonial authorities, the Japanese occupation army, and European fascists. 32. The renowned Indonesian human rights lawyer Yap Thiam Hien referred to the restrictions as tantamount to civil death. 33. The first indications of the limited nature of detainees' freedom came at the moment of their release. Despite the fact that they had never been charged or tried, as a condition of release they were required to confess that they had belonged to a banned organization, to condemn the September 30th movement, and to swear that they would be loyal to the state ideology. Pancasila. 34. Those conditions were only a foretaste of what was to come. As Kopkomtab Chief of Staff Sutomo clarified in December 1978, after they are released and returned to society, they still have to assure the government through concrete deeds that they consciously have discarded their communist ideology, and that they are faithful to the Pancasila ideology. This adjustment is a social process in itself, which also requires supervision by the society in general as well as by the law enforcement agencies. 35. Over some 3 decades, New Order authorities set in motion a bewildering array of policies and practices that profoundly affected and sometimes destroyed the lives of many thousands of former detainees along with untold numbers of their friends and relatives. These policies and practices touched on, and effectively restricted, virtually every aspect of their lives, from political expression and association to economic activity, to the most intimate details of family relations. As an internal army document from 1974 described it, the goal was to cleanse all remnants of the G30S/PKI from the government, the military, and society, through the creation of an integrated system of surveillance and control of former detainees and prisoners that is both efficient and effective. 36 To the extent that the regime called on the general population to assist in implementing the system, it also cast a pall over the entire country, fostering a climate of fear, mutual suspicion, and anxiety about the very suggestion of critical historical inquiry and political debate. Political rights. For one thing, the political rights of former political prisoners were explicitly restricted. Under the country's basic electoral law, security forces could deny the right to vote to anyone who was deemed disloyal to the Constitution or had disseminated Marxist-Leninist ideas. Presidential Decree 63 of 1985 authorized the review and scrutiny of former political detainees to determine if they should be permitted to vote. 37 That same year, as noted earlier, a senior official in the Ministry of Home Affairs announced that some 1.7 million accused of involvement in the September 30 movement and PKI would be reviewed to determine whether they would be eligible to vote in the 1987 elections. 38 Even those who were permitted to vote did so in the shadow of official surveillance and pressure to support the government party, Golkar. The experience of Luh Sudari, a former political detainee from Bali, was far from unusual. Every time there was an election, she later told an interviewer, we had to attend a Santiago or propaganda course, and we were ordered to join Golkar. 39. The political rights of former detainees were restricted in other ways as well. For example, ex-Poles were required to undergo ideological screening before their nominations for political party membership were accepted. Those already serving as elected officials, but later discovered or alleged to have had some connection to the PKI, were subject to removal from office. Inevitably, too, allegations about an individual's past ties to the PKI or the September 30 movement were sometimes used to attack or discredit certain political figures, especially those critical of the regime. In 1995, for example, 300 members of the new Indonesian Democratic Party were accused of having communist ties. 40 Allegations of involvement in the PKI or the September 30 movement were also a common means used to harass and limit labor organizing, student activism, and other kinds of political activity. 41. Government and military officials also sought to limit the political rights and activities of former detainees by rearresting them on spurious grounds, making thinly veiled threats against them, or requiring them to undergo what was euphemistically called guidance by army officials. These actions typically took place in the context of national elections or other significant political events. In the late 1960s and early 1970s, for example, recently released political prisoners in certain regions were sometimes rearrested to ensure security during presidential visits. 42 In 1972, the Minister of Home Affairs warned released Category C prisoners that if they were caught trying to revive communism, they would be rearrested and placed in Category B. 43 Responding to criticism of irregularities in the 1977 elections, President Suharto threatened that critics of the election administration can be categorized either as members of the outlawed Communist Party or members of illegal Muslim organizations. 44 And in 1994, the regional military commander for Greater Jakarta, General Hendra Priano, announced that the military would carry out guidance activities toward all former prisoners in advance of the important Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation meeting in Jakarta. The aim, he said, was to guard against elements that might do things to embarrass the state and the nation. 45. Under such circumstances, most extapoles chose to remain silent and avoid any involvement in political activity. One extapole explained the logic of their silence: if we had done even the slightest thing to attract public attention, we would have been accused of practicing communism or Sukarnoism. 46. Indeed, the decision to remain silent and the fear of being unmasked appear as constant refrains in the memoirs and testimonies of former detainees. Describing a visit to Jakarta in 1983 to help with the decorations for a parade, one former detainee from Central Java recounted, "I was terrified that my identity as an ex-political prisoner would be found out. I kept away from the media so my identity would not be discovered. I just listened and kept my mouth shut." 47. Another, from Bali, explained that even in his own village, "I never talk about sensitive things. If I talk about general things, things that can be spoken about, and things that I know." 48. Social and economic rights. Despite having been released and never found guilty of any crime, moreover, former Tapoles were required to report to various local authorities for years after their release, typically on a weekly or monthly basis. 49. Those who failed to show up, whether because of ill health or family obligations, were subject to discipline and punishment at the discretion of the relevant authority. And while there appeared to be no legal basis for the requirement, extapoles were typically required to obtain official permission to travel abroad. In late 1992, the coordinating Minister for Political and Security Affairs announced that some 33,000 former PKI prisoners remained on a government blacklist restricting their travel out of the country. In addition, thousands of Indonesians, some but not all of them former members of the PKI and affiliated organizations who were abroad in October 1965, were effectively prevented from returning home for at least 3 decades. 50. Although government officials said that the exiles would be permitted to return, they warned that those doing so should be prepared to face legal proceedings in connection with their past political activities and associations. Former political prisoners were also required to obtain special permission each time they sought to renew their national identity card, obtain a loan, attend a class, or undertake any economic activity. Each reporting requirement created new opportunities for authorities to monitor, restrict, harass, and extort money from former detainees. Furthermore, because such requirements were not based in law but rather in a raft of obscure bureaucratic and military regulations of dubious legality, they varied widely from place to place and over time, inevitably adding uncertainty and anxiety to the already precarious and disrupted lives of former prisoners. Former political detainees were also prohibited from working in a wide range of sensitive occupations. 51. Without the explicit approval of government and military authorities, they could not work in the civil service or armed forces, nor in any strategic industry including oil and gas production, mining, chemical manufacturing, electricity, sugar and rubber production, postal services, banking, and sea, rail, and air transport. 52. And depending on how the rules were interpreted, former political detainees could also be prohibited from serving on the boards of corporations and cooperatives, working as teachers, journalists, puppeteers, university professors, actors, priests, or lawyers. In short, any profession in which they would have been in a position to spread leftist ideas. 53. Barred from many fields of employment, they tried to make a living by establishing small-scale businesses, such as selling noodles and cakes, repairing bicycles, or tutoring. 54. But even here they faced serious obstacles. Obtaining a bank loan, for instance, was next to impossible because it required the approval of government officials. It also required property, which few former political prisoners had because their land and houses had often been confiscated at the time of their detention, and never returned. 55. Among the more notorious mechanisms of official discrimination, and one that invited comparisons with Nazi Germany and South Africa's apartheid regime, was the requirement that the mandatory national identity cards of former political detainees bear the annotation ET for Extapol. The policy, which was spelled out in a 1981 Ministry of Home Affairs regulation on the guidance and monitoring of former G30S/PKI political detainees and prisoners, affected roughly a million people. 56 Quite apart from the inherent injustice of being labeled and stigmatized for crimes they had not committed, and for which they had never even been charged, the ET mark had potentially dire everyday consequences for those required to bear it. By ensuring that government authorities, potential employers, acquaintances, and prospective in-laws would all know of their tainted past, the ET mark impeded every aspect of life, from interactions with officialdom to the most intimate matters of personal relationships and family life. More than one critic compared the ET mark to the Star of David that Jews were required to wear under the Nazis. 57. One of the most jarring and controversial aspects of these policies was that they affected not only people who had themselves been detained, however unjustly, for their political activities and beliefs, but also their relatives, their children, and even their grandchildren. 58 In the term used by critics at the time, the New Order state treated affiliation with the PKI and the left as an inheritable sin or generational sin. The result was that young people who had perhaps not even been born at the time of the alleged coup, and may never have met their unclean parents, nevertheless lived with a powerful social stigma. That stigma inevitably took a heavy emotional toll and contributed to a variety of psychological problems. 59 For an untold number of ordinary citizens, it also meant the loss of employment, estrangement of friends and family, bullying, withdrawal from school, and difficulties in finding a life partner, as employers, friends, and potential in-laws feared any association with them. The solution for many former prisoners was to cut off all ties with their family, and to change or hide their true identity. 60. Discipline and punishment. At the heart of the restrictions on former prisoners were two features of the New Order state that profoundly affected Indonesian society at large. The first was a deeply intrusive system of ideological policing and mass surveillance, designed to root out, isolate, discipline, and punish anyone even remotely associated with or influenced by the PKI and other banned organizations. 61 The second was an elaborate system of propaganda and censorship, likewise designed to maintain social order, discipline, and control. Both bear close scrutiny not only because of their dire consequences for many hundreds of thousands of Indonesians, but also for what they reveal about the mindset and inner workings of the Indonesian state. For while many of the restrictions and regulations were formally rescinded after the demise of the New Order in 1998, the toxic ideas and norms that underpin them have persisted within the state and society at large. Mental screening. The system of ideological policing was established in the late 1960s with a set of regulations aimed at purging leftists from the armed forces and the civil service. 62 Over the next 3 decades, it was elaborated and intensified in a dizzying array of presidential, ministerial, and military decrees and instructions to encompass all members, or prospective members, of the country's huge civil service, armed forces, and strategic industries. By the 1980s, moreover, the state's ideological screening norms and protocols had been adopted by many private employers and service providers as well, effectively creating a vast dragnet of surveillance and ideological policing, enforced by state and quasi-state entities and by Indonesian society itself. The ideological vetting process established soon after October 1, 1965 was referred to in internal documents as mental screening or ideological mental screening. Those who passed the screening were given a certificate guaranteeing that they were free from communist influence, which in theory allowed them to live a normal life. In principle, such certificates were required only of a person seeking employment in the civil service, military, or a strategic industry. In practice, by the early 1970s they were being requested of almost everyone for all manner of business, including routine matters like applications to install a telephone, requests to see land titles in the government land office, or admissions to institutions of higher education. Indeed, these certificates were so broadly required that those who did not have one lived in what Justice M. van der Cruyff has called a kind of security limbo. 63. Following the promulgation of new regulations in the early 1980s, the vetting process came to be known as the Clean Environment Campaign, because the new system judged not only an individual's actions, words, and beliefs but also their wider familial and social environment. 64 As one of those decrees clarified, the ideological mental screening includes an assessment of civil servants and prospective civil servants with regard to their environment, which encompasses their personal identity and also that of their family as well as their broader environment, place of residence, and acquaintances. 65 Only those with a clean environment would survive the vetting. The following questions, drawn from official screening questionnaires and interviews from the mid-1980s, give some sense of the process. 66. 1. Outline your family history. 2. If you are married, do the same for your wife's family history. 5. What is your opinion of Golkar? 10. What is your opinion of P4? 11. What do you know about G30S? What is your opinion about that event? 12. Were any members of your family involved in G30S? If so, in what way? 13. What is Marxism/Leninism? 14. Communism is said to be a latent danger. Why? 15. What is your opinion of the New Order? 16. What do you think about protest actions with banners? 17. What is your opinion of Indonesian citizens who refuse to vote? 18. What do you think of dual function? Following criticism of this system, in 1990 the vetting process was given the name Special Review, and the term clean environment was phased out. 67 Apart from the name change, however, the system remained the same with the same Orwellian mindset, the same obsession with loyalty and obedience, and the same broad notions of ideological guilt and impurity as the previous system. Like the earlier arrangements, Special Review was aimed at confronting the latent threat of communism, disciplining and purging those connected in any way with the September 30th movement or the PKI, and enforcing absolute loyalty and obedience to the state and its ideology. 68. And while vetting was to be conducted by Litsus teams established in each government department and agency, overall responsibility for the system was left in the hands of the powerful state security body that had replaced COPCOMTIB in 1988, known as the Agency for the Coordination of Support for the Development of National Stability. The authoritarian rationale for the policy, its emphasis on discipline, order, and cleanliness, was spelled out clearly by the Armed Forces Commander and head of Bakerstanas, General Trisno, at a meeting of officials on the date the policy was announced in 1990. We are all aware that screening is a means for the government to discipline and purge the state apparatus of communist elements and latent communist threats in particular, as well as from extremist activities in general. It has a very strategic place in the effort to create a state which is clean and carries authority. Consequently, we must try as hard as possible to ensure that such screening remains consistent in character, comprehensive, ongoing and firmly grounded in the law. 69. A press release issued by Bakerstanas on the same date provided a further rationale for the policy, to guard against the latent communist threat, and specifically to prevent a comeback by the September 30th movement and the PKI. Even though physically we have been able to put down these uprisings, and by law the teaching of the PKI and other doctrines have been prohibited, as a political ideology communism has not yet been eradicated. In fact, supporters of these doctrines have continued to engage in G30S/PKI activities and have made various illegal attempts at a comeback. Thus we have to guard and sharpen our sense of alert against a latent communist threat. In connection with this, the concept of the involvement in G30S/PKI and other prohibited organizations has been defined in a broad sense to cover and prevent all current and future efforts to stage a comeback among what is left of G30S/PKI. 70. In keeping with these objectives, the new policy articulated astonishingly broad parameters for identifying possible involvement in the September 30th movement or the PKI and other banned organizations. Basically, military authorities explained, any person who has at any time, through speech, action, or writing, expressed an attitude or belief supportive of the PKI participants in G30S/PKI or the political convictions and strategies of the G30S/PKI incident can be said to be involved in G30S71. To be clear, that meant that a person who had not been born in 1965, but who read a book, wrote an essay, or expressed an opinion that could be construed as sympathetic to the PKI, could be judged to have been involved in the purported coup attempt of 1965. But the screening system did not stop there. Like the earlier system, Litsus was meant to explore and judge the possible negative consequences of an individual's interactions with others in their environment. As an official document clarified in 1990. Basically, all humans are affected by those with whom they interact in their environment. For this reason, a special review of each civil servant will be undertaken to check for interaction with persons involved in the G30S/PKI incident and with supporters of communism, as such interaction can influence a person's own attitudes, opinions, and way of thinking such that an overall negative influence is affected on his/her sense of loyalty and obedience to Pancasila, the 1945 Constitution, State, and Government. 72. There were obvious problems with this arrangement. For one thing, it was vulnerable to gross abuse. Employers and vetting committees could use the pretext of political unreliability to remove unwanted or troublesome employees, or create job openings for friends and family members. 73. Among its most pernicious aspects, however, was the fact that guilt was judged not only on the basis of a subject's actions or words which would have been bad enough and certainly not on the basis of any crime that had been committed, but rather on the basis of their presumed thoughts, ideas, and associations. It was, in effect, a form of collective punishment based on the tendentious pretext that political ideas were a form of viral infection, or perhaps a genetic problem, that could be passed on through bodily or social interaction. 74. Despite the name changes, then, the rudiments of the ideological screening system remained the same. The goal was to discipline and purge the politically unreliable with a view to securing absolute obedience and loyalty to the state and its ideology. Under this system, state authorities were empowered to investigate hundreds of thousands of people for their possible connections to the PKI and other banned organizations. Those found to have such inclinations or connections could be, and were, denied all manner of political, social, and economic rights. 75. In short, this was an extrajudicial system designed to police and punish thought, comparable in its tone and hysterical anti-communism to McCarthyism in the United States, and in its broad reach to the ideological purges of China's Cultural Revolution. 76. The latent threat of communism. The second feature of the New Order regime that shaped the lives of former prisoners and Indonesian society as a whole was an intensive, long-term program of state-sponsored propaganda. Through that program, New Order authorities succeeded in popularizing and rendering hegemonic a profoundly misleading but remarkably resilient historical account of the events of 1965 to 66 while silencing alternative versions. From the outset, it portrayed the PKI as the party responsible for setting the violence in motion, and depicted the anti-communist violence as both heroic and necessary for national stability and security. The official narrative also cast the PKI as cruel and depraved, repeatedly evoked the latent threat of communism, and reminded any potential critics of the dire consequences of being labeled a leftist. As Ariel Haryanto has argued, moreover, official conjuring of the specter of communist cruelty and subversion penetrated deeply into popular culture, discouraging political opposition, and eliciting mass obedience and silence. 77. The steady drip of falsehoods and Ellis-ions, developed during the New Order, had deep and lasting effects. Whether critics like it or not, a great many Indonesians actually believed these characterizations. As Anderson and McVeigh predicted more than 50 years ago, official demonization of the PKI has had deep and long-lasting consequences. On a long-term basis, the monster explanation of PKI sponsorship of the affair has the advantage of firmly replanting the image with which the Indonesian communists have been burdened since the Madiun affair and which they had only partly succeeded in erasing. Whatever questions may later be asked, whatever counter-arguments produced, People who absorbed the view of the PKI which is now presented will not be able to think of the communists later except as a group stained by atrocity and treason. 78. One of the most important examples of New Order propaganda, whose effects are still felt today, was the lengthy film Pengkhianatan Jarakan 30 September/PKI that was compulsory annual viewing for all school children in the country from 1984 to 1998. Through its graphic and violent representation of the alleged coup, the film introduced all the official tropes of PKI treachery and depravity, including the allegedly debauched behavior of Jerwani women, and left no room for doubt about the party's responsibility for the torture and killing of the 6 generals. The film's soundtrack wove the popular song Genjer Genjer into the moments portraying the greatest acts of cruelty, creating an association between the song and the PKI's ostensible barbarism. The intense and disturbing sensory experience of watching the film undoubtedly had a profound effect on those who viewed it. Many children found the film extremely frightening, and some later experienced trauma and nightmares. Given the fact that the film was compulsory viewing for all school children and required television programming every September 30 for 15 years, the number of people affected may be conservatively estimated in the hundreds of millions. That conclusion is borne out by opinion polls carried out just after Suharto's resignation in 1998. A poll conducted by the respected national media outlets Tempo and Compass in 1999 found that 97% of respondents had seen the film, and that 72% said it was their main source of information about the events of October 1, 1965. The following year, a Compass survey found that 77% of respondents agreed with the characterization of communists as sadistic, atheistic, and immoral, while more than half agreed that communists were comparable to murderers. 80. For more than 3 decades, millions of Indonesian school children were also the target of relentless state propaganda through their nationally mandated lessons in history and civics. Throughout the New Order period, school textbooks and teachers' manuals presented only the official version of the supposed coup attempt, which contrasted the alleged cruelty, depravity, and treachery of the PKI with the heroism and sacrifice of the 6 generals unfailingly described as revolutionary heroes and the selfless courage of the army in saving the state and nation from ruin. While dwelling on the purported torture and killing of the 6 generals, the textbooks and manuals made no mention of the killing of 500,000 unarmed citizens or the incarceration of 1 million more. Perhaps even more remarkably, this perverse official version of history is no relic of the past. On the contrary, years after Suharto was forced to step down and Indonesia began its transition to democracy, it continued to be taught in schools. 81 In a shocking scene from the documentary film The Look of Silence, shot several years after Suharto's resignation, an elementary school teacher relates to his class the story of the alleged coup attempt, as follows. Communists are cruel. Communists don't believe in God. To change the political system, the communists kidnapped 6 army generals. They sliced the generals' faces with razor blades. Would you like that? Imagine how painful it would be if your eyes were gouged out. Their eyes were ripped out? If you slaughter a chicken and just rip its head off, wouldn't that be cruel? The communists were cruel, so the government had to repress them. The communists were put in prison. Their children couldn't become government officials. Hey, you're the child of a communist. You're not allowed to work for the government. Hey, your grandfather was a communist. You're not allowed in the army. Hey, your grandmother was a communist. You can't join the police. You rebel against the state, you go to jail. So let's thank the heroes who struggled to make our country a democracy. 82. The New Order's version of history was also enforced through quasi-religious public rituals that glorified the military, and reinforced the negative and dehumanizing mythologies about the PKI. The most important of these was Sacred Pancasila Day, held every year on the anniversary of the coup at the Sacred Pancasila monument erected at the spot where the generals were killed. The ritual mourned the death of the generals while simultaneously erasing the memory of the hundreds of thousands killed or detained, and warning of the ever-present danger of communism. 83. Figure 9.1. General Pramono Wibowo, then Army Chief of Staff, reviews Army weapons exhibition in Jakarta, October 2012. Notably, this and other anti-communist rituals continued long after the New Order ended, effectively keeping alive a set of ideas and tropes that dated back to the late 1960s. At the ceremony in 2011, for example, the Army Chief of Staff, General Pramono Wibowo, son of the notorious RPDAD commander Sarwo Wibowo, told the country that vigilance must be maintained against communists so that the G30S affair would never be repeated. This event to recite the Confession of the Faith and a joint prayer organized by the Army in praying for our revolutionary heroes is not to prolong grudges, but we must understand that the incident really did happen. We, as the successors of the nation, must be vigilant, lest it be repeated. 84. The authorities also sought to enforce silence and compliance through the continued imprisonment and occasional judicial execution of the remaining Category A prisoners. Between 1985 and 1990, for example, 20 Category A prisoners were killed by firing squad. 4 of those, all of them members of the Presidential Guard, were executed on a single day in February 1990, more than 2 decades after their arrest. Another 6, all former members of the PKI, were set to be killed the following month, but their executions were postponed in the face of intense international criticism. 85 Meanwhile, at least 24 elderly prisoners, some of them very ill, languished in prison through the 1990s. 86. Silence and compliance was also maintained through official censorship. For most of the New Order, state censors vetted books, films, artworks, and the media for any mention of the events of 1965 to 66 that questioned the official narrative. They also banned the works of authors who had a previous association with the PKI or leftist organizations, even when they could not point to anything in the works themselves that could possibly be construed as support for or dissemination of communist ideas. And they jailed those found to be in possession of or distributing those works. 87 News editors and publishers who pushed the limits received visits from state authorities, and were occasionally punished or their presses were closed down. Gradually, a kind of self-censorship became the norm among publishers, editors, and most authors. Resistance. Given these facts, it is easy to imagine that serious criticism and debate about the New Order's treatment of extapoles, and the violence of 1965 to 66 in general, dates from the era of reform and democracy that accompanied Suharto's resignation in May 1998. But that is not entirely the case. Indeed, against all odds, both foreign and Indonesian critics began to raise their voices within just a few months of the onset of the killings, and continued to do so through more than 30 years of authoritarian rule. We have seen, for instance, how scholars at Cornell University openly challenged the Army's version of events as early as January 1966, stimulating a bitter debate with Indonesian authorities that lasted for decades. In 1976, one of those scholars, Anderson, concluded his scathing congressional testimony on human rights in Indonesia with this blunt assessment: the problem lies not in individuals abusing their authority but with a government which has shown itself over a whole decade to be increasingly authoritarian, suspicious of its own citizens, and indifferent to the rights of the weak and vulnerable. 88 Likewise, from the early 1970s, international human rights organizations like Amnesty International, Interpol, and the International Commission of Jurists were constant sources of criticism and discussion about those issues, and through their campaigning helped to bring about the release of tens of thousands of political prisoners. Even inside Indonesia, there was criticism quite early on. 89 The defense speech of PKI General Secretary Sudirman, who was eventually sentenced to death in 1967, is among the earliest and most eloquent critiques of the New Order's brutality. 90 The same year, the Indonesian student activist Sohak Gie, who would later die under mysterious circumstances, openly criticized the Army's practice of detaining political opponents without charge or trial. These lonely voices of dissent were encouraged by a handful of courageous lawyers in private practice who sought to restrain the regime through appeals to the rule of law and the formation of fledgling human rights organizations like the Legal Aid Institute. Moreover, In spite of heavy-handed army censorship of the press, there were always some Indonesian journalists and student activists doing what they could to shine a light on the violence. Even the strongly anti-communist former defense minister, General Nasution, voiced some criticism, saying in 1975 that political prisoners should be released while taking into account the prosecution of committed crimes and security requirements. A hysterical anti-communist reaction is not called for. 91. Important as these early interventions were, criticism and debate about 1965–66 and the treatment of ex-Poles reached a new level in the 1990s, thanks partly to the efforts of an energetic generation of young activists who embraced transnational ideas of democracy and human rights, partly because of decay and disagreement within the new order itself, and partly because of a more general shift in international norms with respect to human rights that followed the end of the Cold War. Against that backdrop, New Order authorities faced unprecedented domestic criticism, some of it from current or retired state officials, especially on the treatment of elderly political prisoners as well as ex-Poles and their families. That criticism provided an opening for prominent citizens and human rights groups to enter the debate, and increase the pressures for change. In response to criticism of its restrictions on ex-Poles, senior New Order officials periodically indicated that some could be phased out. In mid-1993, a group of retired military officers called for the ET designation to be removed from national identity cards, asserting that it was outdated and not consistent with the rule of law in a modern society. 92 In December 1993, the Armed Forces Commander, General Faisal Tanjung, told a parliamentary commission that the military had no objection to removing the ET designation from the identity cards of ex-Poles, but that it was up to the Ministry of Home Affairs to make the necessary changes. 93 And in 1995, with the approach of the 50th anniversary of Indonesia's Declaration of Independence, a number of prominent citizens called again for the ET identifier to be scrapped. 94 The President's advisor for state propaganda, H. Roslan Abdul Ghani, called on the government to stop using the designation and grant clemency to former political detainees. It is high time, he said, that we, as a nation, forgive the sins of our own people. 95 Finally, in mid-1995, the government announced that the ET mark would be removed from national identity cards, and a handful of elderly political prisoners, including former Air Force Commander Omar Dhani, were released. 96. While these were certainly positive developments, reactions were mixed with regret that they had taken so long, and skepticism that they would bring any meaningful change. Commenting on the proposed removal of the ET mark, one older ex-Pole, who had been detained for 13 years without trial, said, "I'm too old for it to make any difference to my life. If they had done it years ago, then most of us would have been young enough to still enjoy our lives." He also voiced an understandable skepticism that the policy change would significantly alter the attitude and behavior of government and military officials toward former political detainees. "The neighbors know who we are and they've been kind to us," he said, "but local officials are more wary, and psychologically I don't know whether this will bring about any change in their thinking." 97. The reasons for that skepticism were not hard to discern. Even as the ET policy change was announced, and for many years afterward, high-ranking military officers continued to insist that communism represented a latent danger, that ex-Poles needed to be controlled and monitored, and that the practice of ideological screening should continue. Just before the change in the ET policy was announced, for example, General Tanjung dismissed the idea of clemency for the aging PKI prisoners, saying, "We still foresee the danger if they are released." The Speaker of the House, a former military officer, likewise urged caution, "Even though the prisoners are quite old, we have to keep in mind the latent danger of the PKI." Meanwhile, the Minister of Information, Harmoko, and senior military officials underscored that even while the ET stamp would now be removed, ex-political prisoners would continue to be monitored. 98. To sum up, the regime's decision to release many thousands of untried political detainees in the late 1970s was, without question, the result of a coordinated transnational campaign led by human rights organizations and supported by some Western governments, especially the United States. The success of that campaign rested on an unusual and temporary coincidence of three factors: a shared inclination to act on the part of human rights NGOs, the U.S. Congress, and White House, an international environment that was for a time conducive to appeals in the language of international human rights, and an Indonesian government that was uniquely vulnerable to real or threatened economic sanctions. Yet if the new order eventually succumbed to the combined pressure of human rights organizations and the U.S. government, and released its untried political prisoners, it did not thereby cease its efforts to monitor and control the political actions and ideas of its enemies. On the contrary, in the aftermath of the releases, it imposed an increasingly elaborate system of restrictions on former political prisoners and their families that disrupted virtually every aspect of their lives and left lasting scars. Those restrictions, moreover, were symptomatic of a deeply seated obsession on the part of army leaders with imposing control, order, and discipline on what they saw as a dangerously unruly population. That obsession was manifest in the heavy-handed systems of thought control, surveillance, policing, propaganda, and censorship that became the hallmarks of the regime and of Indonesian society under the new order. Those systems not only imposed heavy burdens on former political detainees and their families but also stymied and distorted normal political discourse and social interaction in society at large. On the other hand, there was always some resistance to these policies and systems, and as the regime started to fracture in the 1990s, that resistance began to grow. Both tendencies, the impulse to silence, cleanse, and control along with the desire to speak, discuss, and be free, found expression in the heady period of political reform leading up to and following General Suharto's resignation in May 1998. Chapter 10. Truth and Justice. So, now that my children are beginning to have their own lives, I have begun to think, why should I remain silent? I have begun to think about the people whose fate was like mine, those people who were cast aside as I was. I decided to start talking about the lies that have led this country down the wrong path. I want to do this so that the evil done by my people to their own people will not happen again in times to come. Agatha Sumarni, former political detainee. In March 2001, a ceremony was organized for the reburial of the remains of some 20 people killed in the violence of 1965-66. A victims group had exhumed the bodies from a mass grave in the district of Wonosobo, Central Java, and the plan was to rebury them in a multi-faith ceremony in Kalaran near Temanggung. 1 With the remains arranged in coffins, the mourners prepared to set out for the local cemetery. But before they could begin, a crowd attacked them, seizing the coffins, breaking them open, and scattering the remains. Declaring that communists could not be buried in their cemetery, the attackers called on local authorities to disband the victims group in order to prevent the revival of communism in the area. Local police authorities did nothing to prevent the attack or stop it once it had started. Nor were any of the attackers detained or charged with a crime. By contrast, the principal organizer of the ceremony, a former political prisoner, was forced into hiding while the remaining families and supporters were warned not to attempt anything of the sort again. The attack served its purpose. The threat of violence inhibited any further exhumations and reburials in the area for more than a decade. President Suharto's resignation in May 1998 amid widespread demands for reform provided an unprecedented opportunity to re-examine the events of 1965-66. It stimulated calls for thorough investigations into the violence, for rewriting the history of those events, for the prosecution of those who had committed serious crimes, for apologies and compensation to the victims, and for reconciliation. 2 In the intervening years, some progress has been made on all those fronts. But as the story above suggests, for every step forward there has been at least one step back. Worse still, rather than gradually abating over time, there are indications that the intolerant and authoritarian mindset that underpinned the new order's approach to the question of 1965 remains deeply entrenched. So too are the dubious mythologies that were the product of the Army's anti-PKI propaganda campaign. As a result, there is still a long way to go before the objectives of truth-seeking, justice, and reconciliation that were articulated in 1998 are achieved. This chapter explores the related problems of establishing a fair and truthful record of 1965 to 66 and securing justice for the victims of those events. It begins by recounting briefly the efforts that have been made since 1998 by Indonesian officials as well as historians, activists, survivors, artists, and journalists to excavate the past. It makes clear that in the first few years after Suharto's resignation, there was a significant new openness in both official and public attitudes toward the events of 1965 to 66, fueled in part by a general spirit of reform, and also by the availability of many new avenues for sharing information and political opinion. The chapter then contrasts these hopeful signs with the evidence of a serious backlash against the new openness, starting as early as 2000. It argues that the backlash has entailed a dogmatic refusal by state officials to countenance any meaningful initiatives in the arena of policy change, truth-gathering, or justice, which in turn has enlivened and empowered resistance to reform by a variety of conservative religious and political groups. One step forward. First, the good news: since the end of the new order, there have been a number of official initiatives to re-examine the violence of 1965 to 66, and address the unjust treatment of survivors and ex-detainees. Many of these initiatives were stimulated by a spirit of reform and a domestic human rights movement that had begun to gain momentum even before 1998. That movement, consisting largely of NGOs and student groups, but also supported by the National Commission on Human Rights, provided the crucial legal and rhetorical framework for many of the positive changes introduced immediately after Suharto's fall. 3 The importance and credibility of human rights ideas and norms was evident, for example, in the language used by the many NGOs and other groups that emerged after 1998, and the enactment of new human rights laws in 1999 and 2000. Official statements and actions. The new spirit of openness was given a significant boost by Abdurrahman Wahid, the former new leader who became president in October 1999. Wahid stunned the country in March 2000 by apologizing for the news role in the mass killings of 1965 to 66 and urging citizens to open up the history of that period. These were not isolated initiatives. Shortly after his inauguration in 1999, for instance, Wahid had invited Premo Edaya, the renowned author and former political prisoner whose works had been banned for more than 30 years, to meet at the presidential palace. And in a speech on International Human Rights Day, he had invited political exiles to return home, and then instructed his ministers to take steps to restore the rights of former political prisoners, detainees, and people in exile. In perhaps his boldest move, Wahid called for the revocation of MPRS Resolution No. XXV/1966, which banned the PKI and all communist teachings, describing it as unconstitutional. In doing so, he openly challenged one of the most enduring legal and symbolic foundations of the new order. 5 Even before becoming president, in early 1999 Wahid had broken with a long tradition of official denial with respect to 1965 to 66 by proposing the formation of an independent Truth Commission for National Reconciliation. Although that proposal was never realized, a coalition of human rights activists and legislators continued to push the idea, and in 2004, a law establishing a Truth and Reconciliation Commission was passed. 6. A similar spirit of reform and openness was evident at this time in the work of the Komnas HAM. Although it had been established in the early 1990s to deflect mounting international criticism of Indonesia's human rights record, by the late 1990s the Komnas HAM had developed a remarkable degree of independence. 7 In 2003, it began a wide-ranging investigation into the most serious human rights violations committed during the Suharto years, including the crimes of 1965 to 66. 8 Though that investigation focused only on the case of political detainees held on Buru Island, the resulting report represented a significant breakthrough and a challenge to decades of official silence on the subject. 9. In an even more important milestone, In 2012, the Komnas HAM released a detailed report on all aspects of the 1965-66 violence and called on the Attorney General to investigate further with a view to prosecuting those deemed responsible. 10 The Komnas HAM report was the first ever by an official Indonesian body to state clearly that the violence of 1965-66 amounted to crimes against humanity and to conclude that Indonesian military officers bore individual criminal responsibility. Although it recommended that the Attorney General's office should conduct further investigations, it also proposed a non-judicial remedy in the form of a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to provide a sense of justice for victims and their families. These were bold suggestions, and they were warmly welcomed both by victims groups and many in the wider human rights community. The move toward reconciliation and openness appeared to gain further momentum in early 2012, when the mayor of Palu in central Sulawesi issued a rare public apology to the victims of the 1965-66 violence, the first by a government official since President Wahid's in early 2000. The mayor also initiated a local program of reparations that included free healthcare, scholarships, and small business grants for survivors and their families. 11 While he stopped short of endorsing the prosecution of those responsible for the violence, and explicitly avoided offering an apology to the PKI, the mayor's public statements and program of reparations were seen as a sign of a shift in public attitudes toward 1965-66, and a model that might be followed by other public officials. The election of a new president in July 2014 gave rise to hope among human rights activists that the momentum toward reconciliation and justice might be reinforced at the national level. During his campaign, the new president, Joko Widodo, had promised to tackle long-standing human rights issues, including the thorny question of 1965-66. Because Jokowi was seen as a political outsider, neither a member of the Jakarta political elite nor a military man, there was an expectation that his administration would be willing to address the problem in an open and forthright way. That expectation was bolstered by his support for a 1965-66 victims group during his time as mayor of Solo, and his reputation as an honest and forthright man of the people. In April 2016, the government took the unprecedented step of organizing a national symposium called Discussing the 1965 Tragedy. 12 Spearheaded by the Komnas HAM and the President's Advisory Council, the event brought together dozens of survivors, scholars, human rights activists, as well as military and government officials to hear testimony and to discuss both the violence and its legacies. There was cautious optimism that the symposium marked a significant shift in official attitudes toward the events of 1965-66 and the government might now finally take further action to resolve the country's dark past. 13. NGO initiatives. As important as these official initiatives have been, the campaign to investigate the crimes of 1965-66, bring the perpetrators to justice, and seek reconciliation and healing in various forms has been spearheaded by national and local NGOs, sometimes in cooperation with international organizations. 14 But that campaign has also reflected significant differences in the underlying aims and philosophies of the organizations involved. Thus, where some of the older, national and international level NGOs have stressed the need to establish historical truth and justice as well as structural political and judicial reform, many of the newer and local level NGOs have focused on reconciliation, healing, and addressing the immediate physical and emotional needs of survivors. To be sure, there is some overlap between the two approaches, but the distinction still captures a meaningful divide in the public discourse about 1965. Many of the national-level NGOs whose work has focused on the search for historical truth and justice have their origins in the last decade of the Suharto years, when the language and ideals of human rights gained a new legitimacy among Indonesian activists. Some began, for example, as underground support groups for former political detainees, and later blossomed into activist organizations campaigning for the basic rights of survivors while still providing essential psychological and modest economic support. Among the most prominent of these groups is the Research Institute on the Victims of the 1965 Killings. Formed in 1999 by former political detainees, the YPKP describes its aims as revealing truth and clarifying history, and taking part in the effort to bring about justice, truth, prosperity, peace, democracy, and human rights in Indonesia. 15. Other national-level NGOs with a similar focus on human rights, historical truth, and justice include the Institute for Policy Research and Advocacy, formed in the mid-1990s, the Commission for the Disappeared and Victims of Violence, formed at the height of the Reformasi movement in 1998, and Independent National Commission on Violence Against Women, also founded in 1998. 162 more recent national-level organizations active in this area have been the Coalition for Justice and Truth, and Asia Justice and Rights, a regional human rights organization based in Jakarta. 17 Each in their own way, and often together, these organizations have been persistent in their efforts to challenge official narratives of the events of 1965–66, demand justice for the victims and survivors, and advocate for fundamental structural changes that they believe would limit the chances of such crimes being committed in the future. As in the past, Indonesian NGOs have continued to work closely with international human rights organizations to spread their messages more widely. Taking their lead from national NGOs, groups like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, TPOL, ETAN, Watch Indonesia, and others have campaigned energetically on the question of 1965, generally stressing the need for truth, justice, and accountability. 18 National and international activists have also collaborated closely in their campaigning and messaging. 19 Among the more important of those collaborations was the joint initiative to establish the International People's Tribunal on 1965. Spearheaded by the Indonesian human rights activist and scholar Nursaibani Kajasunggana, and supported by a broad transnational network of activists, lawyers, and survivors, IPT 1965 was held in The Hague over 3 days in November 2015. By its own account, the tribunal's mission was to examine the evidence of, develop an accurate historical and scientific record, and apply principles of international law to the collected evidence. 21 After hearing testimony and examining a raft of documentation, IPT 1965's panel of judges ruled that the violence amounted to crimes against humanity, including genocide. 22 Although the tribunal had no official juridical standing, it drew wide international attention to the problem of impunity for the crimes of 1965–66. Its organizers, moreover, aimed to present the tribunal's findings to the UN Human Rights Council and UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, with the recommendation that the United Nations take up the question of Indonesia's responsibility for crimes against humanity, including genocide. 23. As crucial as these broader efforts have been, most national organizations have also begun to work toward more modest but no less important goals of ensuring the immediate emotional and material well-being of survivors along with the communities in which they live. Their shift in that direction is based in part on frustration with the glacial pace of reform and action at the national level, and in a realization that the needs of survivors call for more direct measures that entail healing, reconciliation, and reparation alongside the loftier but more distant goals of truth and justice. In late 2015, for example, the national organization LSAM supported a community initiative to exhume a mass grave in a village in Bali and perform a proper religious ceremony for the deceased. The aim of the exhumation was not to gather evidence of a crime, for example, by conducting a forensic examination of the remains, but instead to fulfill what the village community saw as a religious obligation. Doing that work together as a community, LSAM noted, was far more important and meaningful than the approach of political elites who perpetuate the stigma against victims by forbidding discussion about the events of 1965. 24. That broad shift in approach has been inspired by the dozens of small social, religious, and community groups that have been working at the local and district levels to address the needs and concerns of their communities with respect to 1965–66 and other issues. Among the more notable of these local initiatives has been the group Solidarity with the Victims of Human Rights Violations. 25 Established in late 2004, it has painstakingly gathered the testimony of some 1,200 victims of the violence of 1965–66 in the area of Palu in central Sulawesi, while working to support victims and broaden public awareness of their plight. and it has achieved some notable successes. It was largely as a result of SKP, Ham's efforts, for example, that the mayor of Palu offered his 2012 apology to victims noted above and established a program of reparations. At the same time, the organization has all but abandoned any expectation that the perpetrators will ever be brought to justice. In an interview in 2013, the organization's founder and leader commented, "We know that human rights tribunals are unlikely. But a public apology like the one made by the mayor helped a lot." 26. Another local non-governmental initiative with a similar focus on reconciliation and reparation is the Joint Secretariat for 1965. Self-consciously apolitical, SECPR 1965 places priority on the material and emotional well-being of victims and their families, and on the work of reconciliation with former enemies. For that reason it does not engage in political advocacy, for instance, on matters of truth and justice, unless it is sure that such activities will not complicate the lives of its members. For similar reasons, the group does not support demands that the perpetrators be brought to justice. In its view, the legal system cannot be trusted to render justice, and in any case, the main perpetrators are all dead. 27 In short, like many local groups, SECPR 1965 concentrates squarely on reconciliation and reparations, rather than truth and justice. It is this group that earned the support of President Widodo when he served as mayor of Solo from 2005 to 2012. A third significant example in this mold is an NGO called Pious Muslim Community for People's Advocacy. Although affiliated with the Islamic Party whose members played a central role in the 1965-66 killings, Syarikat is dedicated to re-examining the history of the violence, and encouraging reconciliation between former members of the NU and the PKI. 28 As its program coordinator, Imam Aziz, told a researcher, Syarikat has been investigating the massacres, in order to start the reconciliation process. The process mostly involves the NU, given that it was NU youth who perpetrated much of the violence. 29 But it has not advocated judicial remedies. Indeed, having concluded that judicial avenues for redress remain blocked by an unreformed government and a corrupt legal system, Syarikat has taken the view that the best solution is a restorative justice approach through community reconciliation at the local level. Such local-level restorative justice initiatives have become increasingly popular and common in recent years. By one 2013 estimate, they had already occurred in tens of thousands of families and thousands of neighborhoods across Indonesia. 30. Cultural interventions. The silence about 1965-66 has also begun to be broken by Indonesian journalists, academics, former prisoners, activists, school teachers, and artists working in a wide variety of formats and media. Through their interventions in the cultural sphere, they have started to challenge some of the more deeply rooted attitudes that developed and became hegemonic during the New Order. That is perhaps especially true of the work of younger artists who, by using graphics, film, and music and sharing these through various social media platforms, may ultimately have a greater impact on Indonesian society than interventions in conventional media like history books, newspapers, and memoirs that are consumed by a relatively small segment of the educated elite. 31. Since 1998, Indonesian journalists and media outlets have taken advantage of the relaxation of government controls, and rapid expansion of the internet and social media, to engage in much more open and serious investigations into the events of 1965-66. Major dailies, like Compass and the Jakarta Post, have published stories and editorials that would never have been permitted under the New Order, and large circulation weekly magazines, like Tempo, Editor, and D&R, have published investigative reports, features, and interviews that challenge or raise questions about official narratives. In 2012, for example, Tempo published an explosive special edition about the events of 1965-66 titled Executioner's Confessions, which included interviews with killers, survivors, and human rights advocates. 32. Likewise, Indonesian scholars, who were so long silent about 1965-66, have also taken advantage of the new environment to conduct new research and explore hitherto forbidden or at least delicate themes. Among the most prolific has been the historian Bhaskara Wardaya, who since 1998 has produced several books and edited volumes about the events of 1965 to 66 and their aftermath, and has spoken out at both domestic and international forums on the subject. 33 Also active in seeking a clearer understanding of the history and speaking publicly about past injustice has been the historian Asvi Warman Adam. 34 Meanwhile, a new generation of Indonesian scholars has begun to conduct serious historical research and analysis on the events of 1965 to 66. The most pioneering are those who have emerged out of a tradition of critical social history and anthropology, including Hilmar Farid, Aureda, and Digung Santi Karma. Their work has not only added to our substantive understanding of 1965 to 66 but also significantly broadened the analytic focus of investigations. 35 The new group also includes us-trained scholars like Hermawan Sulistyo and Iwan Gardeno Sujatmiko, both of whom produced PhD dissertations that shed new light on the mass killings, and Yosef Jakababa, whose doctoral dissertation explores the role of the September 30th movement in the construction of New Order history. 36. Perhaps even more impressive has been the surge of memoirs by former political detainees and other survivors. Dozens of such works have been published since 1998, most of them soon after Suharto fell, when the spirit of reformasi was still strong. They include the memoirs of prominent national political figures like former Foreign Minister Subandrio, and notable extopoles such as former Jerwani leader Ibu Sulamai and the author Premo Edaya. 37 The publication of Premo Edaya's memoir in 1999, and his international book tour the same year, appear to have been important in opening up discussion of the Topol experience and giving others the courage to do the same. 38 As a result, in addition to the memoirs of major political actors, there are now many books written by less well-known figures and published by local printing houses around the country. These include accounts by people detained for their membership in leftist organizations as well as children of the killed or disappeared. 39 They also include memoirs and local histories written by, or in cooperation with, former perpetrators. 40 Another new genre to emerge in the past decade has been edited collections based on testimonies and oral histories from survivors, witnesses, and perpetrators. 41 These works, it seems, are indicative of a gradual democratization of the field of memoir, a development that holds promise for our understanding of the history of those years. They also appear to reflect a new willingness and even determination on the part of survivors to break decades of silence, both for themselves and others. As one former detainee put it more than 3 decades after her release. Figure 10.1. Cover of special issue of the weekly Indonesian magazine Tempo titled Executioner's Confessions 1965, published in 2012. So, now that my children are beginning to have their own lives, I have begun to think, why should I remain silent? I have begun to think about the people whose fate was like mine, those people who were cast aside as I was. I decided to start talking about the lies that have led this country down the wrong path. I want to do this so that the evil done by my people to their own people will not happen again in times to come. 42. A similar, though still nascent, trend toward democratization and resistance is evident among Indonesian school teachers, especially teachers of history. Impatient with the one-sided accounts presented in officially approved textbooks and curricula, and frustrated by the obstacles to having those standards changed, some teachers have begun to use alternative materials and methods. 43 In one innovative program, sponsored by Komnas Perempuan and Serikat, secondary school students interviewed female survivors of 1965 to 66 to produce a collaborative documentary film called Putih Abu-Abu, Masa Lalu Perempuan. In 2012, the head of the Indonesian History Teachers Association acknowledged that she herself used alternative texts and promoted outside learning through other sources. 44 And in 2016, a high school teacher in Riau said that she screened the Oppenheimer film, The Look of Silence, in her classroom and encouraged her students to explore the history of 1965 on the internet. Her message to the authorities who sought to limit student learning about these events was blunt: don't deceive the people anymore. The younger generation is not as stupid as you might think, because they can now find everything on the internet. 45. The past 2 decades have also seen a marked increase in the publication of fictional works in which the events of 1965 to 66 are critically portrayed or at least form an essential part of the story. Among the most notable of these have been the novels of 2 Indonesian women, Lila Chuduri and Laksmi Pamuntjak. 46 Chuduri's Pulang explores the personal ramifications of the events of 1965 to 66, focusing on a group of people who, because of their real or alleged associations with the left, lived most of their lives as exiles in Paris. 47 Pamuntjak's novel Emba is essentially a love story set against the backdrop of the violence of 1965 in Central Java, and the mass incarceration and forced labor on Buru Island. 48 Through these intimate portraits and their nuanced representations of the historical context, both novels make it possible for readers to view the events of 1965 in new ways. In doing so, they effectively challenge the official narratives. 49 It is thus significant that both novels have been met with wide popular and critical acclaim inside Indonesia and abroad. 50. In addition to authors, artists working in a wide variety of styles and formats including film, photography, music, and social media have also played a vital role in creating a new awareness about the events of 1965 to 66 and challenging New Order orthodoxies, especially among the generation of Indonesians with no direct experience of that history. 51 These works are powerful not only because they reach new audiences but also because they use many of the same media formats, especially film and music, that New Order propagandists employed. In that sense, they are meeting the old narratives head-on and confronting them on familiar terrain. Some use these formats to give voice to long-suppressed themes, stories, and perspectives about 1965, notably those of former political prisoners and leftists. Others directly appropriate film footage and soundtracks from official propaganda works, and remix or reinterpret them to articulate new, more subversive narratives and possibilities. In one recent video slam, for example, Indonesian video artists remixed the infamous government film Pengkhianatan G30S/PKI with the aim of demystifying, deconstructing, and subverting state propaganda and opening the door to new understandings. 52. Among the more novel interventions in this genre have been those produced by the 1965 Park Community, a loose collective of young artists formed in 2005 around the site of a small memorial park to the victims of 1965 in Bali. Among other things, they have released a collection of essays and stories called Against Forgetting, Stories of the 1965 Park Community that contests the official account of 1965 to 66.53. The group has also produced a collection of songs composed and sung by former political prisoners, prison songs, Nyanyian Yang Di Bungkam. 54. The recovery and performance of music associated with the left has also been the focus of a number of other groups and artists. And no single piece of music has been more central to this revival than the once popular folk song Genjer Genjer, which dates to the period of the Japanese occupation, but was banned by the New Order because of its alleged association with the PKI. 55 The song, whose lyrics tell the story of a poor woman who gathers wild spinach to sell in the marketplace to feed her family, has become something of an anthem for the advocates of a historical reassessment of the violence of 1965 to 66 and justice on behalf of its victims. A quick search of YouTube reveals that alongside the original 1960s recordings by Bing Slamet and Lily Suryani, younger Indonesian artists have produced dozens of new versions of the song, including rap and reggae variants, and continue to perform it in all kinds of venues, formal and informal. 56 One of those artists is Tommy Simatupang, an Indonesian living in Germany who described his first encounter with the song as follows: "My life changed the day I walked into a screening of a film. In that film was a song with such a simple and haunting melody that it consumed my days thereafter. That song is called Genjer Genjer." Captivated by the music, Simatupang spent the next 5 years researching and developing a documentary concert he called Genjer Mania, a collage of live music, archival footage, and homemade video about the song and the events of 1965 to 66.57. As this story suggests, film has also played a significant role in stimulating critical reflection on the events of 1965, particularly among younger Indonesians. 58 Although a number of foreign films about those events were produced during the New Order, they did not have anything like the influence inside Indonesia as the films that have appeared since Suharto's demise. Domestic films about 1965 include a handful of commercial features, such as Sang Pinari, a love story set against the backdrop of the violence. In a significant departure from standard narratives, that film clearly depicts the role of the military and civilian militias in the killings, and is sympathetic to their victims. As such, Haryanto writes, it poses the most politically critical stance to the official ideology so far. 59. The vast majority of newer films, however, have been documentaries, both foreign and domestic. Among the more influential foreign documentaries have been The Shadow Play, Terlina, Breaking of a Nation, The Women and the Generals, and 40 Years of Silence. Domestic documentary films about 1965 to 66 have been more numerous, although somewhat uneven in their quality and public impact. Many films have been produced by former political prisoners and NGOs sympathetic to their plight. The documentary film Putih Abu-Abu, Masa Lalu Perempuan, for example, was produced under the guidance of the NGO Serikat and Komnas Perempuan. 60 Half a dozen short documentaries have also been produced by the Institute of Creative Humanity, a network of former political prisoners detained for their membership in LCRA. 61 Although their distribution and public impact has been somewhat limited, these films are notable for giving voice to former political prisoners and challenging official narratives. Among the more influential of the domestic documentaries in recent years have been Massacres, Tijadurian 19, Buru Island My Homeland, and On the Origin of Fear. 62. But the most influential films on the subject by far, both within Indonesia and abroad, have been those directed by Joshua Oppenheimer. His two documentaries, The Act of Killing and The Look of Silence, train an unblinking eye on the events of 1965 to 66. Both recount acts of the most staggering brutality, perpetrators slitting the throats, cutting off the heads, and drinking the blood of their victims. What is perhaps most shocking about the films, though, is what they reveal about the ramifications of those acts 50 years later, for these are films about the ways in which the violence, and the long silence that followed, destroyed the lives of those who lived through it and corrupted the society that emerged in its wake. 63 Among the most troubling signs of that legacy is the way the perpetrators remain free to tell their awful stories without fear of prosecution or reprimand. Yet it is equally troubling to see, in The Look of Silence, how the events of 50 years ago continue to haunt the family of a young man named Ramli who was hacked to death by a military-backed militia group in 1965. As the film unfolds, we see Ramli's brother, a middle-aged optometrist named Adi, bravely confront those responsible for his brother's murder, asking them to accept responsibility or express remorse for their actions. He is met with denials, threats, and silence. In part because of their disturbing subject matter, but also because of their unusual cinematic qualities, these films have generated lively debate inside Indonesia and a whole new level of awareness abroad. Indeed, the impact of the films has been so significant that some analysts have referred to it as the Oppenheimer effect. Initially screened in secret, the Indonesian language version of The Act of Killing was eventually watched by many thousands of Indonesians in public settings and online. Many viewers noted that the film contradicted everything they had learned in their history lessons and from their parents, and expressed incredulity and anger that they had been lied to by their government. 64 The second film, The Look of Silence, first screened in late 2014, was much more widely publicized than the first, and stimulated more public commentary and reaction. Predictably, state officials and anti-communist groups claimed that the film was communist propaganda, and sought to prevent its screening or have it banned. Notwithstanding these efforts, Most Indonesian reviewers thought the film should be required viewing and insisted that the authorities should be held responsible for the crimes that had been committed. Some measure of the film's impact and the sense that it depicted something utterly new and courageous may be gleaned from the fact that when the film's protagonist, ADI, appeared at screenings, he was greeted with long ovations. 65. Figure 10.2. Theatrical poster for The Look of Silence, one of Oppenheimer's two path-breaking films on the violence of 1965-66 and its legacies. One step back. But not all the news has been positive. In fact, in virtually every sphere there has been strong, sometimes ugly resistance to the initiatives just described. It is not an exaggeration to say that in spite of all the advances and perhaps even because of them, Indonesia has experienced a powerful anti-communist backlash. That backlash is partly attributable to a set of norms and attitudes toward communism and the PKI that remains deeply entrenched in Indonesian society as a whole. It has also been fueled by the statements and posturing of powerful state officials and politicians, along with an underlying system of laws and regulations that date to the early years of the new order. National authorities. Although many of the executive decrees and regulations limiting the rights of former prisoners and PKI members were finally rescinded soon after President Suharto resigned in 1998, legislators left in place the fundamental legal foundation for restricting leftist ideas, organizations, and activities. 66. Chief among these was MPRS Resolution No. XXV of 1966, which, it will be recalled, prohibits the dissemination or advocacy of communism and Marxism-Leninism and bans the PKI and all organizations or activities associated with those ideologies. Enacted by the MPRS shortly after it had been purged of all leftist and Sukarnoist elements, the law is intentionally vague and sweeping. It was designed by New Order planners as a catch-all to restrict and punish dissent, particularly from the left, and it has continued to serve that purpose for more than half a century. Notwithstanding the spirit of reform that accompanied the end of Suharto's regime in Indonesia, the legislature's unwillingness to rescind that draconian law reveals just how deeply rooted anti-communist ideas and anxieties remain. Indeed, not only did the legislature not rescind the law, but it also deepened the legal basis for repression by passing new anti-leftist legislation. The clearest example was Law No. 27 of 1999, which stipulated prison sentences of up to 20 years for disseminating or embracing communist Marxist-Leninist ideas, or expressing opposition to Pancasila. 67. Together, these laws have provided the legal basis and political rationale for much of the resistance to and backlash against leftist dissent, both official and societal. The remarkable resilience of the anti-communist position has also been reflected in the reactions of state authorities and politicians to the various initiatives described earlier. The reaction to Wahid's move to open up discussion about 1965-66, especially his apology to the PKI victims of new violence and his proposal to rescind MPRS Resolution No. XXV of 1966, was fast and furious. By some accounts, it was one reason he was drummed out of office in July 2001. Criticism came from religious leaders, parliamentarians, and military officers, while student organizations and anti-communist vigilante groups organized mass demonstrations against what they described as a dangerous attempt to revitalize communism and the PKI. 68. Likewise, the law establishing a Truth and Reconciliation Commission that had passed in 2004 amid much rejoicing was soon challenged by a vocal anti-communist coalition and then revoked by the Constitutional Court in 2006. The same fate befell the plans to change the treatment of the events of 1965 in the school curriculum. After a period during which national textbook standards were relaxed and revised to reflect the new spirit of openness, in 2006 the Ministry of Education ordered that all references to G30S must be changed to G30S/PKI, the new order's preferred term. 69. On the same principle, and under the pretext that they were disrupting public order, the Attorney General ordered the withdrawal of all textbooks that departed from the official narrative. 70. Indeed, while the end of the new order in 1998 brought a significant new measure of press freedom, the practice of official censorship did not stop. In 2009, for example, state officials banned a book about 1965 by the historian John Rusa, pretext for mass murder. 71 The ban was eventually overturned in court, which suggested a degree of softening or at least fragmentation in official attitudes to the matter of censorship. Moreover, as Rusa has noted, the net result of the ban was that many more people read the book than would otherwise have done so. Despite these changes, the possibility of censorship remained even if its implementation appeared less coherent than it once did. 72. Official reactions to the Komnas Ham's 2012 report were likewise overwhelmingly negative. Current and former army officers as well as prominent political and religious figures publicly criticized the report. At a meeting organized by military veterans and attended by the Deputy Speaker of the People's Representative Assembly as well as members of the Ulamas Council and representatives from the militia group Pemuda Pancasila, the report was criticized and flatly rejected on the grounds that it had not considered the violence of the PKI 73. Following the meeting, a delegation of former veterans and others met the President, General Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, and urged him not to accept the report's recommendations or apologize to the PKI. 74 In August, the news leadership likewise rejected the report. 75 In the face of such opposition, the Attorney General's office set the report aside, declaring that it was incomplete. 76 After taking part in a state ceremony to mark National Heroes Day, the Attorney General clarified that in principle, the anti-communist violence did not meet the requirement to be considered a gross violation of human rights. 77 According to Komnas Ham member Stanley Adi Prasidia, these developments undermined expectations that 1965-66 might be dealt with in a serious way. Looking at all of this, the public became pessimistic because it was as though the way ahead was becoming ever more narrow and twisted. Are we going to pass the resolution of these serious crimes on to our grandchildren? 78. Meanwhile, after some 3 years in office, President Jokowi had not fulfilled early hopes that his administration would make a real difference. In August 2015, for instance, he sidestepped demands for a comprehensive solution to the violence of 1965-66, encompassing truth and justice mechanisms, by proposing instead a reconciliation committee to review and dispose of past human rights crimes, including those committed in 1965-66. Speaking before the People's Consultative Assembly on August 14, 2015, Jokowi said, "The government wants there to be a national reconciliation so that future generations will not have to bear the burdens of history. Our children have to be free to face the wide future." 79 The Director General of Human Rights in the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights reiterated that view, asserting in August 2015 that past human rights violations should be addressed with reconciliation. Likewise, the Attorney General said such a committee would aim to resolve human rights violations through non-judicial means in the spirit of reconciliation. 81. It is worth noting here that although reconciliation is in principle a laudable goal, the idea has a checkered history in Indonesia. More often than not, the language of reconciliation has been used to evade calls for justice and truth-telling. Indonesian authorities have also routinely expressed a preference for non-judicial solutions on the grounds that these are more consistent with Indonesian values and less likely to open old wounds. Rather than being proposed as part of a wider transitional justice process alongside justice and truth-seeking, then, reconciliation and non-judicial solutions have been proffered as stand-alone mechanisms as alternatives rather than complements to truth-seeking and judicial remedies. That was certainly the position adopted by the Indonesian authorities with regard to East Timor, where its forces committed crimes against humanity, including genocide, in the course of an illegal 24-year occupation. Using the fig leaf of reconciliation and restorative justice, Indonesian authorities successfully stymied and derailed what had begun in 1999 as serious international and domestic demands to bring those responsible to justice. 82 The result has been that some 2 decades later and in spite of overwhelming evidence of wrongdoing, not a single Indonesian military officer has been successfully prosecuted for the crimes committed in East Timor. Official calls for reconciliation and non-judicial remedies in connection with the serious crimes committed in 1965 to 66 must be viewed in that light. More specifically, that is the context in which President Widodo decided in July 2016 to appoint the notorious General Wiranto to the powerful post of Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal, and Security Affairs. As Armed Forces Commander in 1999, Wiranto had presided over the systematic violence in East Timor, as a result of which he was indicted for crimes against humanity. 83 A few months after his appointment in 2016, Wiranto reiterated the government's intention to resolve the matter of 1965 to 66 through a non-judicial mechanism. 84 Wiranto made it clear, moreover, that the government considered the violence of 1965 to 66 to be legally justifiable, thereby making a non-judicial mechanism not just the government's preferred approach but the only one possible. When a judicial process is no longer an option, Wiranto said, we should utilize what we have. We can resolve cases through deliberation and understanding. 85. To that end, Wiranto announced in late 2016 that the government would establish a task force on 1965 to 66, comprised of representatives from state institutions, law enforcement agencies, and civil society. 86 While human rights advocates did not oppose the idea of reconciliation per se, they insisted that it could not be pursued in the absence of other initiatives, such as truth-seeking, apology, justice, and rehabilitation. 87 The government, however, appeared adamant that reconciliation would stand on its own. As Wiranto explained in October 2016, the non-judicial approach would adopt the principle not to blame any parties, not to incite hate or vengeance, as well as justifying the government's decisions by law. 88. In any case, official statements in recent years have made it abundantly clear that in the absence of serious mechanisms for truth-telling and justice, even symbolic reconciliation will be almost impossible to achieve. Amid rumors that Jokowi might apologize to the victims of the 1965 to 66 violence in his 2015 Independence Day speech, for example, Islamic groups and senior military officers angrily insisted that there was no need to apologize to the PKI. 89 Speaking to journalists in August 2015, Minister of Defense General Riamizard Riyakudu mocked the very idea that the state should apologize to the families of the PKI victims. Excuse me, he said. But think about this logically. Who was it who rebelled? Who was it who killed first? Who was it who murdered the generals? On what grounds should we apologize to those who killed and rebelled against us? It's as if I got beaten up, black and blue, and then I apologize to the person who mugged me. 90. To reinforce his point, the minister maintained that apologizing would be an admission of guilt and, in a familiar refrain, asserted that talking about the past would only cause trouble. Enough, forget about it. Let's look to the future. Asking forgiveness means admitting we were wrong, which will lead to demands for compensation. And then what? It will never be finished. Don't take all that we have achieved and make it dirty. Finally, invoking a common authoritarian trope of the nation as family, he compared PKI victims to children who ought to love and forgive their parents even if they had been treated badly, so the PKI should love Indonesia. There is no need to harbor feelings of revenge. They need to think in a fresh way. If they are consumed by feelings of revenge, there will be no progress. 91. Perhaps unsurprisingly, when he spoke on the subject at the annual commemoration of the slain generals on October 1, 2015, President Widodo pointedly declined to apologize. Apologize to whom? He asked. Who should forgive whom when both sides claim to be victims? 92 Human rights activists pointed out that in any case, apologies only make sense once one knows what happened. As one wrote, sorry can only be done based on a historical narrative of an injustice, the story of what happened. A sorry needs a truth. Even if the truth is bitter. 93. On the matter of truth-seeking, the government response to IPT 1965 in November 2015 and the National Symposium on 1965 in April 2016 provided little grounds for optimism. High-ranking officials, including the Vice President, Yusuf Kala, the Defense Minister, Riamizard Riyakudu, the Coordinating Minister for Political, Legal, and Security Affairs, Luhutbi Panjaitan, and the Attorney General, Muhammad Prasetya, criticized the tribunal for interfering in Indonesian affairs, stirred up bogus claims of neocolonialism, and suggested that Indonesians who took part in the proceedings were disloyal. And when the tribunal issued its verdict on genocide, the former chief of Indonesia's constitutional court was quoted saying that the IPT 1965 had been a joke. 94 Likewise, while the government earned praise for hosting the symposium on 1965 in April 2016, it was conspicuous that in his remarks to the gathering, Panjaitan refused to offer an apology to victims, downplayed the number killed, and challenged activists to find the alleged mass graves. Notably, the event was not followed by any meaningful initiative to compensate or apologize to victims, to end impunity for the crimes committed, or to enhance historical understanding of the violence. On the contrary, the April symposium led to an angry backlash. In June 2016, a group of retired generals organized an anti-PKI symposium that was addressed by various military figures, including Defense Minister Riyakudu as well as representatives from various conservative Islamic organizations. Predictably, the speakers warned against the revival of communism, called on the PKI to apologize to the Indonesian people, and urged the public not to reopen the past 95. Local authorities and the community. Regional and local authorities have also acted to prevent or silence the activities of artists, journalists, activists, and scholars. While some meetings and seminars on the subject of 1965 to 66 have been permitted and have proceeded smoothly, many others have either been prevented or closed down midstream. Such prohibitions have been especially common in the weeks surrounding the anniversary of the events of October 1. In almost every case, these interventions have been justified as enforcement of MPRS Resolution No. XXV of 1966 and Law No. 27 of 1999. In most cases, they have also been justified as a response to feelings of discomfort within the so-called community about reopening old wounds, and the possible resurgence or comeback of the PKI. In a manner reminiscent of the anti-communist actions of 1965 to 66, moreover, the authorities have worked together with local anti-communist groups, if not by openly mobilizing them, then at least by acceding readily to their demands, or failing to intervene to stop or prevent their attacks on alleged communists. It is worth stressing that, more often than not, the community whose concerns are taken so seriously by police and military authorities in such cases have been the virulently anti-communist organizations that have become increasingly active in Indonesia since 1998. Many of these groups have direct historical and ideological ties to the anti-communist militia groups of the 1960s, or represent the interests and concerns of the military and police themselves. And despite the passage of more than 5 decades, including almost 20 years of reform and democracy, the language they employ to attack their enemies is immediately recognizable as that of the anti-communist propaganda that fanned the flames of mass killing in 1965 to 66, and sustained a climate of fear and hatred throughout the New Order period. The community includes, for example, the HMI, which was so energetic in leading the campaign against the PKI and its affiliates in 1965 to 66. In the aftermath of a clash between students from 2 universities in Jakarta in September 2006, the HMI deployed the language and rhetoric used at that time and throughout the New Order. Claiming that the opposing university group had been holding pictures of the hammer and sickle, an HMI statement noted, "There are indications of communist inclinations among the activists," and called on the authorities to take firm action by arresting those students who deliberately spread communism, arresting university officials who protect the spread of communism, and calling on the Indonesian people to be vigilant about the latent danger of communism on campus and its surroundings. 96. As this case suggests, in the debate over 1965 to 66, students and scholars have not all lined up on the same side. Indeed, while there has been a broad shift toward more openness and critical inquiry on the question, there are scholars and university administrators who steadfastly oppose any talk of historical revision, justice, or reconciliation. One of these is Aminuddin Kasti, a professor of history at Surabaya State University, former Ansar activist, and founder/member of the anti-communist community of Indonesian historians. 97 Although Kasti was already known for his stridently anti-communist views, few were prepared for his decision in September 2009 to conduct a public burning of leftist books, together with the anti-communist front, outside the headquarters of the respected regional newspaper Jawa Pos. And while the book burning caused some dismay among colleagues and students, it was notable that Kasti was neither arrested for endangering public safety nor disciplined in any way by university authorities. 3 years later, in September 2012, Kasti stoked the flames of anti-communism again, in a seminar titled Beware the Latent Danger of Communism in Indonesia at the Muhammadiyah University Surabaya Faculty of Law. 98. Another member of the concerned community that has benefited from official backing is the Anti-Communist People's Union of West Java, an organization that counts among its supporters the notorious Islamic Defenders Front (HMI) and Kasti's MSI. 99 In April 2008, PERMIC issued a statement broadly condemning the National Human Rights Commission's decision to investigate the crimes committed in 1965 to 66. The statement was a catalogue of the arguments routinely articulated by anti-communist groups, with heavy doses of New Order propaganda and fear-mongering thrown in for good measure. It claimed, for example, that the crushing of the PKI had been a spontaneous reaction of the people to the one-sided actions of the PKI, that the campaign of violence had been a legal police action needed to uphold the law and defend the unitary state of the Republic of Indonesia, and that the political situation in 1965 had been like a war, in which whoever had power would crush his enemy. Based on these assertions, PERMIC concluded that moves to revisit the G30S/PKI were ahistorical and could endanger the cohesiveness of the Indonesian nation and state by disrupting a society that is relatively harmonious and has already forgotten the past. An investigation, it argued, would open old wounds for no good reason. It was far better, PERMIC insisted, to close the book on the dark history of a bygone era and look to the future. Finally, in language reminiscent of the 1960s and the New Order, it called on the government to cleanse Komnas HAM of the defenders of the ex-PKI and new-style communists who are now seeking ways to rise up again and stage a comeback. 100. The Komnas HAM plan to investigate the events of 1965 to 66 was also the subject of an angry rebuke by the Communications Forum of Military and Police Veterans issued in April 2008. The statement contended, among other things, that in taking up the issue of 1965 to 66, Komnas HAM was diverging from its original purpose, that what security forces did in 1965 to 66 was nothing more than their duty to the state, and was in keeping with positive law and did not constitute grave violations of human rights. The statement also criticized some members of the Komnas HAM along with certain NGOs for using laws and regulations in an arrogant and provocative way that could disrupt the unity and harmony of the nation and undermine the spirit and morale of the armed forces now and in the future. Accordingly, it rejected the Komnas HAM's plan to investigate the events of 1965 to 66, supported security force veterans who refused to testify before the commission, called for the commission's leadership to be changed as soon as possible, and urged that it stop being used as a stick to beat our own nation. 101. Anti-communist groups also took it upon themselves to track down all indications of what they considered to be a resurgent communism and report these to the authorities. In 2009, for instance, the Indonesian National Patriot Movement wrote to the National Chief of Police urging the immediate arrest of the leader of an organization of extopoles on the grounds that the organization had tried to spread communist ideas at a meeting in one of their homes. 102 The group in question was the YPKP, the lawfully registered victim support group described above. In its letter, the GNPI recounted how some of its members had reported the meeting to local officials and police, who had then intervened to break it up. 103 Then, invoking various decrees and laws banning the dissemination of communist teachings, including, of course, MPRS Resolution No. XXV of 1966 and Law No. 27 of 1999, it called on the Chief of Police to outlaw the YPKP and arrest its leader. Such anti-communist posturing has continued unabated in recent years. In November 2015, for instance, a member of the Prosperous Justice Party said that Indonesians who had taken part in IPT 1965 were traitors for defending the PKI and called for them to be prosecuted. The PKI were rebels, how can they be defended? You can say have resisted the state by acting in violation of the 1966 ban on communism. 104 And in April 2016, a non-governmental group called the Pancasila Front denounced the National Symposium on 1965 on the familiar grounds that it would open old wounds, and was contrary to Pancasila, the 1945 Constitution, and MPRS Resolution XXV of 1966. Claiming that 85 to 90% of the participants were supporters of the PKI, the group warned that the symposium would rejuvenate communist ideology, force the government to apologize for the atrocities. PKI members. 105. The cultural sphere. Cultural and artistic productions related to 1965 to 66 have been a particularly strong focus of resistance and criticism. Oppenheimer's films, discussed above, have been common targets of anti-communist disruptions, and in response to expressions of concern by the community, many showings have been cancelled. In most instances, militant Islamist groups like the Islamic Defenders Front or anti-communist militia groups like Pemuda Pancasila have spearheaded the disruptions. 106 But as in 1965 to 66, the public role of these groups has often obscured the complicity of state officials who have responded to the concerns of these groups by ordering the films not to be shown. 107 In 2014, for example, the Film Censorship Institute banned public screenings of The Look of Silence on the grounds that it would lead viewers to sympathize with the PKI and communism. 108. Long before the Oppenheimer films became the subject of debate, however, Indonesian films related to 1965 were already major focal points of political contention. In 2008, for example, in the face of protests by so-called community members in Central Java, the production of a feature film was brought to a halt. The film, Lastri, told the love story of a man and woman persecuted after October 1965 because of their membership in left-wing organizations. Although the director had reportedly received permission from the National Police to shoot the film, local communities had protested and forced the shooting to be stopped. 109 Summarizing the reasons for those protests, a group called the Anti-Communist Coalition of Indonesia stressed that the film was based on the testimony of former Jerwani members and was a deliberate attempt to distort history. Then, repeating the old army-generated myth of Jerwani depravity, the coalition wrote, "The history of Jerwani at that time was that some of them were prostitutes, and there are many witnesses who state that were believers in free sex. The cruelty of Jerwani in torturing the generals at Lubang Buia demonstrates clearly how base their morality and sense of humanity was." In short, the anti-communist coalition said, the film should not be produced because it was a work of propaganda and provocation, which, should it ever be screened, would give rise to national instability by provoking new social conflicts and opening up old wounds. 110. The same patterns have been evident in recent years. Indeed, far from fading away, the backlash against the PKI and the left appeared to accelerate after Widodo became president, suggesting that it may have been fueled by political opposition and opportunism. In July 2015, for instance, members of Pemuda Pancasila together with local police went to the home of a poet and activist, Kelana, in Kendal, Central Java, to investigate what they said were his unlawful and provocative efforts to spread communist teachings. More specifically, they claimed that he had uploaded photographs of a performance he had given onto a Facebook page under the rubric PKI Awakening Day and accused him of having materials related to the song Genjer Genjer on his walls. Invoking MPRS Resolution No. XXV of 1966, the militia members demanded that Kalana remove all communist attributes from the Facebook page and his house, and urged the police to arrest him. 111. In August 2015, a planned meeting of the survivors group YPKP was cancelled after organizers received death threats from Islamist groups, and advice from intelligence officers and police that they should not go ahead. The meeting, planned for August 7 to 8 in the central Javanese city of Salatiga, was to have been attended by representatives of Komnas HAM, Komnas Perempuan, and the Minister of Justice and Human Rights. But anti-communist groups insisted that the meeting was a front for communist activities, and spread a story on Facebook that the YPKP had put up hammer and sickle flags and banners around the town. The head of YPKP, Bejo Untung, described those allegations as false and a provocation. He also said that the threats had come from the Islamic Defenders Front and Islamic Defenders Guard, which use the words of jihad and say that the blood of former political prisoners is halal. 112. As always, the situation became even more contentious around the anniversary of the alleged coup. In October 2015, police authorities in Sumatra, Java, and Bali intervened to stop a variety of peaceful activities commemorating or discussing the events of 1965–66. In the city of Salatiga, a group of university students was questioned in mid-October in connection with the publication of a magazine that examined the events of 1965–66 in the city. Although none of the students was formally charged, they were ordered to burn all copies of the magazine. Police claimed that it was not they but instead university authorities who had called for the magazines to be burned. The student editor of the magazine, however, said that they first received negative comments on the magazine from the police, military, and mayor, and that the protests culminated in their interrogation by police, who ordered all copies of the magazine to be burned. 113. In October 2015, authorities in West Sumatra detained, deported, and blacklisted a Swedish-Indonesian man, Tom Ilyas, who had tried to visit a grave site where his father was supposedly buried alongside other victims of the 1965–66 killings. Ilyas was one of many thousands of Indonesians working or studying abroad in 1965 who were prevented from returning home. Stateless for many years, he was finally given Swedish citizenship in the early 1980s. When he returned to Sumatra in 2015, local authorities accused him and those traveling with him of making a film about cruelty against the PKI, a charge they denied. According to a friend who was with him, Tom Ilyas was making a personal pilgrimage, possibly to see the graves of his father and mother for the last time. His father's grave is one of the mass graves documented by Komnas HAM's investigations of the 1965 killings. And now Tom's spirit has died because his deportation resulted in him being blacklisted. He can never return to Indonesia again. The district police chief acknowledged that Ilyas and his group had been detained, but claimed that we were only trying to save them from being mobbed by the villagers, who the officer claimed were displeased that people were filming a documentary about the 1965 killings. 114. Just a few days later, police in Bali intervened to prohibit 3 panel discussions and a film screening related to 1965–66 at an international writers' festival in the town of Ubud. 115. Explaining the decision, the Gianyar district police chief predictably pointed to MPRS Resolution No. XXV of 1966. Like almost all state officials, he also alluded to the interests of the community and the need to avoid opening old wounds. This is for the benefit of the people, he said. The spirit of the festival is not to discuss things that would just open old wounds. 116. Commenting on the ban, a leading Indonesian author, Eka Kurniawan, who was to appear on one of the banned panels, said, "Recently a new wave of anti-communism seems to have been revived, even when communism barely exists in Indonesia. If censoring ideas is tolerated, it will continue until it reaches its peak, eliminating the lives of men considered different. 117. This pattern of disruption, in which law enforcement officials intervene in the name of security and the concerned community to prevent cultural events related to 1965, has continued since then. In March 2016, for example, the Islamic Defenders Front threatened to disrupt a screening of the film Buru Island My Homeland at the Goethe Institute in Jakarta. After meeting with police, the hosts opted to cancel the event. 118 That was only one of many instances in which films about 1965 have been disrupted. Indeed, according to a report from late 2016, restrictions on freedom of expression had increased in Indonesia the previous year, with most restrictions taking the form of the disruption or banning of film screenings and seminars. And of the films banned, most were on the subject of 1965.119. Of course, silence and inaction on the matter of 1965 to 66 has not been exclusively a product of state propaganda, official censorship, and deeply rooted anti-communism. It has also stemmed from a range of societal pressures and personal choices. Writing in 2002, Mary Zurbuchen referred perceptively to the pervasive suppression of personal memory, noting that the memories of victims, witnesses, and perpetrators alike had been held, and were still being held, in cautious silence. 120 Silence, both enforced and chosen, has certainly been a preoccupation of former prisoners. Silence is preferable to speech, it seems, because words cannot adequately express their feelings and because to speak as a former prisoner is still dangerous. More recently, Herianto has suggested that the silence may stem from simple indifference, especially on the part of many younger Indonesians, for whom the events of 1965 to 66 appear distant and of no intrinsic interest. 121. There is also reason to believe that the path of silence has been chosen by many people who were directly or indirectly involved in the killings and arrests, whether as perpetrators or bystanders. Given the Army's strategy of mobilizing the population to carry out the violence in 1965 to 66, the numbers of people in that category must be enormous, conservatively in the hundreds of thousands. Whether out of a sense of guilt, a desire to forget, or less likely, a fear of prosecution, such people have preferred to remain silent. This suggests that popular involvement in mass killing may be associated with post-violence silence and inaction. Mass mobilization to carry out a campaign of violence, for example, through civilian militias, may prove to be a serious barrier to later demands for truth and justice. In short, while there have been signs since 1998 of a new openness and courage in revisiting the history of 1965 to 66, and some modest progress in assisting victims, the resistance to such efforts has not gone away. Indeed, there is some reason to think that the opposition has become more hostile precisely as the challenges to old orthodoxies have grown. It seems clear, moreover, that while anti-communist actions are often being carried out by local social and religious groups, in doing so they are acting in accordance with long-established norms and traditions of official anti-communism, and their actions are facilitated and even encouraged by state authorities, by politicians, and by restrictive laws. On the side of reformers, the record of the past several years indicates that the center of gravity has moved away from an earlier reliance on the state to fix the problem, and toward more grassroots and locally based experiments and solutions. While such local solutions appear promising, they are also more vulnerable to disruption from local anti-communist groups and alliances. If this assessment is correct, the way ahead promises to be difficult and fraught with conflict. Chapter 11. Violence, Legacies, Silence. Yes, the dead do speak, but in their own way and in their own time. Buchenwald, Ravensbrück, Dachau, Auschwitz, and all the other human slaughterhouses, even those in Indonesia, cannot silence the dead. Premo edia ananta toer, the mute soliloquy. The violence of 1965 to 66 destroyed millions of lives and altered the course of Indonesian history. More than 50 years later, the violence has been largely forgotten outside Indonesia, and fundamental historical and analytic questions about it remain unanswered. In the preceding pages, I have tried to tell the story of the violence in a way that captures some of its complexity while also providing answers to those unanswered questions. My hope is that in doing so, I have contributed in some way to the efforts being made by others, especially inside Indonesia, to disturb the silence that has for too long surrounded these events. It remains now to draw together the main threads of the story and argument, and to suggest some of their broader implications. I want to do that by returning to the three central questions I posed at the outset. How can we explain the violence? What have been its consequences? And why has so little been said or done about it in the past half-century? While focusing on the Indonesian story, I also want to point to some ways in which that experience might inform our general understanding of the logic of mass killing and incarceration, the legacies of such violence, and the ways in which it is dealt with over time. Violence. How can we explain the mass violence of 1965–66 in Indonesia? To put the matter simply, I have argued here that rather than arising naturally from deeply rooted cultural, religious, and social tensions, the violence was organized by the army, facilitated by powerful states and international conditions, and made more likely by certain distinctive features of Indonesia's modern political history. Pre-existing conflicts helped to shape and fuel the violence in various ways, but they did not do so spontaneously. Without army leadership, and without the help of powerful states and an enabling international environment, those conflicts would never have given rise to violence of such extraordinary scope and intensity. The focus on the army leadership explains certain patterns and variations in the violence that have long perplexed observers. It provides an explanation, for example, of how social and economic tensions were transformed into mass violence, why the violence took such similar forms across the country, why militia groups everywhere played such a prominent role, and where the distinctive language of the violence came from. Importantly, the emphasis on the army's role also helps to explain the significant geographic and temporal variations in both killings and long-term detention. More than anything else, those variations reflected the political postures, strategies, and capacities of different regional commanders as they sought to implement central directives. But variations also reflected the fact that in carrying out its campaign, the army relied on a network of local and regional intermediaries, some of them more reliable than others, and exploited existing socio-economic, religious, and political tensions that varied from one locale to the next. In that sense, variations in the geographic distribution and timing of the violence reflected the different ways in which central army plans were interpolated through these different networks and local conditions. Both the central role of the army and the coordinated nature of the campaign were highlighted by certain features of the mass detentions that began shortly after October 1, 1965. First, the common methodology of incarceration across widely different locales, especially the routine use of torture and sexual violence during interrogation, and the resort to highly militarized punishments point to the army as the institution responsible. Second, the vast scale and systematic quality of the detentions, most notably, the elaborate systems of prisoner classification and transportation, make it clear that it was centrally planned and coordinated, rather than spontaneous or random. Finally, the geographic variations in the levels of incarceration appear to have been related to the postures, capacities, and strategies of regional and local military authorities in implementing national-level directives. As opposed to being two distinct processes, I have also argued here that the mass killings and detentions were closely related aspects of a single army-led campaign against the left. The close relationship between killing and detention was evident in a number of patterns. One disturbing pattern was that many and perhaps most of those who were killed had first been detained, before being removed from their places of detention and executed. Equally disturbing and revealing is the evidence, admittedly, still incomplete, that the level of killing was greatest where the rate of long-term detention was lowest. The inverse relationship between killing and long-term detention suggests that some army authorities used killing as an alternative to detention. Taken together, these characteristics underscore a defining feature of the program of detention, that like the wider campaign of violence of which it formed an integral part, it was deliberately organized and carried out by the army. Further evidence that the violence was part of a coordinated army campaign against the political left emerged, paradoxically, after its most obvious manifestations had ended. With the release of most political detainees in the late 1970s, overt violence was transformed into a coordinated program to repress, control, and discipline former detainees, and to cleanse both state and society of leftists and other political undesirables. That program directly affected roughly 1 million former detainees, but also their families, friends, and associates, creating a kind of deep chill, or what Andrew Nathan, referring to North Korea and other authoritarian states, has called an anxious conformity in political and social relations that lasted for more than 3 decades. 1 While some elements of that apparatus of repression and control were dismantled following the resignation of President Suharto in 1998, many of the authoritarian ideas and attitudes and even the basic laws that informed and underpinned it remained, and appeared to have established deep roots in Indonesian society as a whole. The army's campaign of violence against the left was facilitated and encouraged by powerful foreign states, especially the United States and the United Kingdom, and shaped in significant ways by the wider international context. That is not to say foreign powers plotted the supposed coup or the violence in advance, although that remains a possibility. Rather, in a variety of ways, through the timely provision of economic and military aid, covert propaganda, and anti-war campaigns, and through a policy of deliberate silence, the United States and its allies helped to create the political conditions in which an army seizure of power was more likely to occur, and encouraged the army and its allies to pursue their campaign of violence against the left. That is to say, the United States and its allies aided and abetted crimes against humanity, possibly including genocide. In addition to the intentional actions and omissions of powerful states, certain aspects of the wider international context, notably the Cold War, the rise of a militant anti-colonial nationalism, and the weakness of human rights norms and networks, contributed to the same outcomes. The Cold War context encouraged mass violence both because of its deeply polarizing political logic and language, and because it engendered a lack of empathy for victims of violence who were understood to be communists. Anti-colonial nationalists like Sukarno embraced a militant style of politics that valorized bellicose language, thereby further heightening the tensions. In that context, international human rights norms gained little traction, and the protests of largely leftist transnational solidarity networks were drowned out. On the other hand, as I have argued here, shifting international norms in the late 1970s, especially with respect to state violence and human rights, together with a newly influential transnational human rights network and a decline in militant anti-colonial nationalism, appear to have been important in temporarily constraining Indonesia to adjust its policy with respect to leftist political detainees. Finally, I have suggested here that 5 broad historical conditions made the mass killing and incarceration in Indonesia much more likely to happen, and help to explain their distinctive patterns. First, the country's colonial and revolutionary history made ideological differences between the left and right a key fault line of Indonesian politics, and formed the basis for divergent historical narratives and memories, especially on the part of the army, the PKI, and certain Muslim parties. Second, serious conflicts dating to the revolutionary period gave rise to a perception within the army and among some Muslims that the PKI represented a threat to the nation, and fueled a deep mutual suspicion and hostility. Third, the process of state formation during and immediately after the revolution led to the emergence of a politically powerful and conservative army with a strong stake in the status quo. Fourth, the development within the army of an institutional culture, repertoire, and doctrine that borrowed from both Japanese and Dutch colonial forces and revolutionary experiences made the violent suppression of its domestic enemies far more likely, while also shaping the means by which that was achieved. And lastly, the emergence after independence of a politics notable for its militancy, polarization, and mass mobilization laid the foundations for widespread popular participation in the army's campaign of violence. Beyond these specific conclusions, the Indonesian case highlights a number of more general observations about the conditions in which mass killing and incarceration are most likely to occur. Perhaps the most important observation is that mass violence is not in any sense the natural or inevitable consequence of ancient cultural proclivities, deep-seated religious differences, underlying socio-economic conditions, or even political conflicts. It is rather the product of historically specific acts and omissions by people in positions of political and social power. In other words, no matter how deeply rooted they may be, underlying biases, tensions, conflicts, and hatreds do not lead automatically or inevitably to mass violence. The turn to mass killing and incarceration requires something more than enmity or conflict. It requires an agent who articulates the idea that conflict can and should be resolved through violence, and an institution with the inclination and capacity to do so. The obvious candidates are armies, police forces, militia groups, and revolutionary movements, whose institutional norms and doctrines portray violence as legitimate and effective in achieving political ends, and have the logistical and organizational wherewithal to carry it out. It is these institutions, I think, that serve as crucial vectors or accelerators in translating enmity and conflict into mass violence, including genocide. How they do so depends a great deal on their internal institutional dynamics. Over time, such institutions develop what I have referred to here as distinctive institutional cultures, which may be more or less violent, and identify specific threats to their own existence and power. Such institutions also develop what I have called repertoires of violence, which are essentially routines of violence learned by those associated with the institution. Through a variety of processes including socialization, indoctrination, command authority, and peer pressure, the members of institutions come to embrace these institutional cultures, and to enact their repertoires in ways that can both accelerate violence and give it a distinctive character. In the Indonesian case, for example, such institutional cultures and repertoires arguably gave rise to certain common features of the violence, such as the use of specific techniques of torture, the decapitation and castration of victims, the public display of corpses and body parts, and the disposal of dead bodies in wells, irrigation ditches, and rivers. Such behaviors and patterns are not easily explained by reference to personal psychology, happenstance, or deeply rooted social or cultural tensions. Nor, indeed, are they likely to be the product of written orders or commands. At the same time, the Indonesian case underscores the critical significance of regional and local actors and conditions in the logic and dynamic of mass violence. As Strauss and others have observed, even where violence is centrally ordered, its implementation invariably depends on such meso-level actors and conditions. If they are enthusiastic allies of the central command, with both the will and capacity to carry out its directives, mass violence will be facilitated or accelerated. By contrast, where important regional and local actors are resistant to central directives, or lack the organizational and logistical capacity to carry it out, mass violence is likely to be slowed, at least until those conditions change. The point is that even in the most centralized and authoritarian political systems, such meso-level actors always have some measure of autonomy, and the exercise of that autonomy can help to account for important geographic and temporal variations in the observed patterns of violence. That was certainly the case in Indonesia, where the intensity and character of violence varied in accordance with the different political postures and capacities of regional and local military commanders and their civilian allies. The Indonesian example also confirms a long-standing judgment that genocide and mass killing are provoked and facilitated by language that dehumanizes target groups, portraying them, say, as atheists, traitors, animals, barbarians, whores, or terrorists. As Fien and others have contended, public discourse, narratives, and visual representations that effectively exclude the target group from the perpetrator's moral community make the move from conflict to mass violence far more likely. In that process, moreover, the mass media play a crucial role, especially where technology, political power, or force of arms permit one side to control or monopolize them, to the near exclusion of alternative voices. One additional insight from the Indonesian case is that the power of such narratives and representations to accelerate violence depends far less on their inherent plausibility or truthfulness than on the perceived authority of their author or speaker. Depending on the context, that might be an army officer, a political leader, or a religious authority, though with the onset of violence, one can surmise that the authority of military figures increases commensurately. To these largely domestic processes, the Indonesian case suggests a number of ways in which international actors and context can contribute to or constrain the dynamic of genocide and mass violence generally. To put the matter most simply, genocide and mass killing are facilitated by a range of international actions that strengthen the perpetrators of those crimes vis-a-vis their victims, including arms transfers, propaganda and psy-war operations, military intervention, non-lethal aid, inaction, and deliberate silence. Perhaps less obviously, as noted above, genocide and mass killing can be facilitated by prevailing international norms that construe violence as legitimate in achieving certain political or moral ends. That category undoubtedly includes utopian and revolutionary ideologies, but the Indonesian example suggests that other norms, including national security, law and order, and development, may also be invoked in ways that facilitate or justify extreme violence by the state. If these conclusions tend to confirm what we know about the most studied cases of genocide and mass violence, notably the Holocaust as well as the Armenian and Rwandan genocides, there are at least three features of Indonesia's experience that arguably distinguish it from those cases and may point in new directions. For one thing, in contrast to the iconic genocides, the victims in Indonesia were not defined primarily by their ethnicity, race, or religion but instead by their political identity, that is, they were all leftists. Then, too, the mass killing and detention did not take place in the context of war, either international or civil, as has been true of so many genocides, but in a time of relative peace. And third, the regime that carried out the campaign Suharto's New Order was decidedly not driven by a utopian vision, as were so many other genocidal regimes, including Hitler's Germany, Stalin's Soviet Union, Mao's China, and Pol Pot's Cambodia. These differences pose a challenge to some existing theories of genocide and mass violence, or at least suggest ways in which they might be refined. For instance, if the victims in Indonesia were defined primarily by their political identity, arguments that stress the ways in which ethnic, racial, or religious hatred give rise to mass violence must be broadened to account for targeting on the basis of political identity. What emerges is a picture, like the one I have sketched here for Indonesia, in which the intentional acts of state and particularly military authorities are far more important in generating mass violence than personal psychology, primordial sentiment, age-old ethnic rivalries, religious hatreds, or socio-economic conditions. Indonesia's experience also serves as a useful reminder that most, if not all, instances of mass political violence and genocide have a clear political dimension, and that the line between a political identity and ethnic, religious, or racial one is seldom, if ever, absolute. That is to say, even where the targets of violence are mainly defined in ethnic, racial, or religious terms, the intentions of those who target them in that way is almost always in some measure also political. Point 2. Similarly, because the mass killing in Indonesia occurred outside the context of war, we need to consider the possibility that the supposed effects of war on genocide, such as brutalization, perceptions of threat, discourses of treachery, and the creation of an us versus them mentality might equally arise in other contexts. The Indonesian case suggests that these effects can emerge not only during a conventional war but also in a time of intense yet largely nonviolent conflict over political ideas. Both contexts can evidently fuel claims of an existential threat to the nation, acute political polarization, mass mobilization, and discourses of treachery, all of which can encourage or accelerate mass violence. On the other hand, Indonesia's experience gives some reason to believe that international norms and legal regimes that challenge, subvert, or otherwise weaken such a binary rhetoric, whether in the name of human rights or some other principle, may serve to inhibit or even stop mass violence, including genocide. Finally, to the extent that Suharto's New Order was not driven by a utopian vision, we need to consider the possibility that the underlying ideological force in genocide and mass killing is not necessarily utopianism, as Whites has maintained, but something else. One possibility is that the common thread linking Hitler, Franco, Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, and Suharto is a set of state norms, practices, and institutions that together may be described as militarism. Normatively, militarism entails a body of doctrine and discourse through which domestic opponents can readily be portrayed as enemies, or existential threats to the state, against whom the use or threat of great violence is warranted and even required. As a matter of practice, militarism provides the actual routines and repertoires of violence through which state leaders respond to such perceived threats via resort to force. Institutionally, militarism affords the structures and organizational capacity that are essential to carrying out any plan to commit violence on a wide scale over an extended period of time. In short, militarism supplies the critical normative, doctrinal, and organizational building blocks for the performance of mass violence against a population. Legacies. What have been the consequences and legacies of the Indonesian violence of 1965 to 66? Most obviously, it left at least 500,000 people dead, and shattered the lives of many more. For more than 3 decades after their release, some 1 million former political detainees and their families suffered egregious restrictions, formal and informal, on their political, social, and economic rights and freedoms. In the name of order and stability, they were subjected to official restrictions on their right to vote, prohibited from working in a wide range of sensitive occupations, and subjected to a noxious regime of surveillance and control that hampered all aspects of their lives. Many also suffered social stigma as a consequence of their real or alleged involvement with the PKI or the alleged coup. Moreover, for the families and friends of those killed, the events of 1965 to 66 frequently meant the destruction of family life, the loss of a spouse, father, mother, beloved uncle, aunt, niece, or grandparent. Even after those missing family members returned, the damage could not easily be undone. Spouses had often remarried or moved away, and children did not know their parents, or having heard the official accounts of PKI brutality and treachery, wanted nothing to do with them. The long-term psychological and social consequences of such treatment and experience, enforced by both state authority and societal norms over many decades, are almost impossible to fathom. Although much less is known about it, and I have not described it here in any detail, the violence of 1965 to 66 also appears to have had deep and lasting psychological consequences for those who took part in it, whether as perpetrators or bystanders. 3. The tortured behavior of the perpetrators highlighted in Oppenheimer's films The Act of Killing and The Look of Silence are cases in point, but the same symptoms such as nightmares, physical illness, psychological disturbance, domestic violence, and substance abuse may be observed in the memoirs, fictionalized accounts, and testimonies of perpetrators and bystanders across the spectrum of such circumstances. In the course of an interview with community members in Bali in 1994, for example, I met 2 men who as young boys had been splattered by the flesh and blood of PKI members whose execution by the army they watched. When I asked the men if they wished to share their story with me, they first smiled broadly and then began to weep uncontrollably. Other accounts describe former killers who apparently lost their sanity, became uncontrollably violent, or suffered hallucinations of various kinds. There has been a tendency among scholars and other observers to describe responses like these as signs of trauma. While there may be merit in using such terminology, and I am certainly no expert on the subject, it is probably worth pointing out that most Indonesians who suffer symptoms of this kind do not portray them in such terms. Far more common are explanations rooted in beliefs about haunting, spirit possession, and religious imbalance or obligation. Likewise, the remedies for such disturbances often take culturally specific forms. For instance, when a former police officer from West Timor who had taken part in the killings began to behave erratically and beat his wife, the family decided that it was time for him to undergo a ritual to cool his blood. As his daughter later recounted, he was led to the river, where he had to drink a few drops of blood from a butchered dog. They made the sign of the cross with the dog's blood on his forehead to cool down the hot blood in his body. That seemed not to be sufficient, so they approached a faith healer. My father told me later that only then he felt his peace of mind coming back to him. 4. Looking beyond individual psychology, the events of 1965 to 66 also meant the silencing, whether by killing, imprisonment, or censorship, of an entire generation of writers, activists, and artists associated with the left, a fact that has crippled, or at least profoundly altered, the course of Indonesian cultural and intellectual life. The victims of that persecution included some of the country's most highly regarded cultural figures. But the effects on Indonesia's political and cultural life have extended far beyond the consequences for a few high-profile intellectuals. The larger and more intractable problem is that an entire tradition of leftist thinking, writing, and political action that was so central to the construction of modern Indonesian political identity and culture since the 1920s has been decimated and rendered illegitimate. That process has robbed Indonesia of an appreciation of its own past, while weakening vital traditions of critical thinking and analysis. More immediately, it has compounded the already substantial difficulty faced by Indonesians in critically analyzing the events of 1965 to 66. By destroying the left, moreover, the coalition that carried out the violence and distorted its history closed off a vital avenue of popular political expression and criticism. In doing so, it may well have redirected popular anger and dissatisfaction into other institutional forms, including the militant Islamism of groups like the Islamic Defenders Front, right-wing nationalist youth groups like Pemuda Pancasila, and populist political movements such as those of the notorious General Prabowo Subianto. As Herianto, Riklefs, and others have argued, the destruction of the left after 1965 to 66 was the essential precondition for the process of Islamization that occurred during the final years of the New Order, and has continued ever since. 5. The destruction of the left also ushered in the common use of thugs for hire, known as Preman, by the political elite and, as Oppenheimer's films show so vividly, led to the entrenchment of the practice in both the state and society. 6. Far from eroding that tendency, the democratization and decentralization of political life since 1998 have helped to spawn new forms of political thuggery, including its Islamist variant. As one Preman told a researcher, now, in the Reformasi era, nationalism, defending the state, and all that shit doesn't cut it anymore. It's the groups that are about jihad and fighting vice that are the way to go. 7. These groups and the violent intolerance they espouse do not yet dominate Indonesian politics, but they do represent an ever-present threat to the country's traditions and public image of religious tolerance and civility. For somewhat different reasons, the mass violence of 1965 to 66 also led to a significant realignment of religious life and affiliation. Under official pressure, and out of fear of being accused of atheism, after 1965 many Indonesians abandoned their old, animist religious belief systems and adopted one of the 5 officially recognized faiths: Islam, Hinduism, Catholicism, Protestantism, and Buddhism. In most cases, that shift represented a significant loss for the adherents of those unrecognized belief systems, while doing little to enhance the vitality of the major religions. Indeed, by enforcing notions of religious orthodoxy, the New Order arguably paved the way for a pattern of discrimination, persecution, and violence against ostensibly heterodox groups, including Ahmadis, Seventh-day Adventists, and adherents of the pre-Islamic belief system of Java known as Kajayan. Those patterns have not only survived the end of the New Order, they have arguably accelerated since then. Significantly, too, the clear complicity of the established religions in the violence of 1965 to 66 have made their leaders reluctant to examine that history in a meaningful way, let alone take measures to atone for their sins. The events of 1965 to 66 have also had a profound impact on women and gender relations in Indonesia. As we have seen, women and girls, especially those affiliated with Jerwani, were targeted for killing and detention, and many were subjected to sexual violence by their attackers and jailers. Apart from being targeted, women and girls suffered trauma and discrimination as the mothers, wives, sisters, and daughters of the men killed or detained in the anti-leftist campaign. Through its physical and psychological assault on women, moreover, The New Order derailed a strong movement toward women's political and social empowerment that had roots in Indonesia's nationalist awakening in the early 20th century. In its place, the regime imposed an outmoded patriarchal ideal of the docile, apolitical woman whose place was in the home. Like other legacies of the mass violence of 1965–66, that ideal has been challenged in the 2 decades since the end of the New Order. 8 But the outmoded ideal has not been overturned. It persists in a variety of forms, including the decisions of legislators and executive officials that either reinforce or ignore gender inequality and violence against women, and in persistent insinuations that women who are involved in political life are not behaving in accordance with Indonesian tradition. More broadly, the violence of 1965–66 marked a critical turning point in the history of the Cold War, signaling the end of an unusual experiment in lawful political mobilization by parties of the left in Southeast Asia, along with the acceleration of a strategy of armed intervention against the left in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, the Philippines, Thailand, and elsewhere. With the destruction of the PKI, the path of legal parliamentary competition for political power was decisively closed off to communist parties, leaving only the roots of violent insurrection, conflict, and war. The decimation of the PKI also encouraged a misplaced optimism on the part of the United States and its allies that communism could be defeated through resort to arms and alliances with fundamentally anti-democratic military regimes. Some observers have gone further, suggesting that the operation to destroy the PKI, especially the use of deliberate provocation, psy-war tactics, and death squads, may have served as a template for covert anti-communist operations in other parts of the world. Scott has suggested, for instance, that the U.S. role in the overthrow of Cambodia's Prince Norodom Sihanouk in 1970, and Chile's Allende in 1973, as well as its sponsorship of death squads in Central America from the 1960s onward, may have been modeled on the purportedly successful Indonesia operation of 1965–66. Finally, the events of 1965–66 crystallized certain features of the Indonesian state, and shaped its approach to dissent and opposition for the next half-century. After 1965, the regime routinely resorted to extreme violence, including extrajudicial killing, torture, and arbitrary detention in dealing with its real or perceived opponents. Building on techniques and repertoires honed in 1965–66, it relied on the deployment of militias and paramilitary forces against real and alleged government opponents, especially in areas outside the Javanese heartland in East Timor, Aceh, and Papua. In those places and elsewhere, it killed and detained large numbers of its critics, and subjected detainees to the same kinds of torture and sexual violence that it had used against leftists after 1965. In the absence of any meaningful legal or political sanction against such abuses, a culture of violence and impunity became deeply entrenched in the army and its allied institutions. 10 Together, these features of the New Order earned it a well-deserved reputation as a notorious abuser of human rights and resulted in the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people after 1966.11. Even with the demise of the New Order in 1998, and the start of a process of democratization and decentralization, many of these features of the state survived. Beyond these conclusions, the long-term consequences of violence in Indonesia may offer some insight into the broader question: what are the political, social, and moral ramifications of mass violence for victims, perpetrators, and society as a whole? Indonesia's experience confirms much of what we know about the impact of mass killing and incarceration on victims and their loved ones. These effects encompass psychological distress, mental illness, the breakdown of family and other social ties, economic difficulty, social exclusion, and the denial of political rights. Perhaps less obviously, the Indonesian case tells us that the consequences of mass violence and silence may also be significant for perpetrators and bystanders. Especially for those who were directly involved in killing or torture, the long-term effects may include psychological distress and mental illness. Even those who simply witnessed such acts are likely to have suffered distress, particularly where enforced silence has offered no avenue for expressing remorse or asking forgiveness. Indonesia's experience suggests as well that the effects of such violence and silence for society as a whole may be profound. To name only the most obvious ramifications, in the aftermath of mass violence one might expect to find the routine use of violence in response to alleged threats to the state, an institutional culture of impunity within the security services, a general militarization or brutalization of political and social life, heightened levels of sexual and domestic violence, and a lack of public trust in key state institutions. That has certainly been the case in many countries emerging from long periods of violence, such as Cambodia, Timor-Leste, and South Africa, and has appropriately been the focus of much work in the area of transitional justice. Although it would require much more research to draw any firm conclusions, it seems likely that all these problems would be significantly compounded in cases where alternative historical interpretations have been officially repressed, and where there has been no compensation, redress, memorializing, and justice for at least 2 generations. For if deep individual and social trauma along with political dysfunction continue to plague societies that have embraced some or all these transitional justice mechanisms, it seems reasonable to assume that those problems would be even worse in societies that have not done so. The critical question is whether such damage can ever be undone, especially after such a long delay, and what kinds of mechanisms might prove effective in achieving that goal. For many millions of people, the answer is obviously no, the damage cannot be undone. For those who have survived and for a society as a whole, the answer is more complicated. Some appear to believe that an official apology would be enough, others view clarification of the historical record as the ultimate goal, and still others consider that nothing less than a full judicial process in which those most responsible are held accountable will suffice. This very diversity of views should make us wary of any simple solutions, particularly those that seek to impose a single value over and above all others. That is especially true of solutions that seek to supplant the goal of justice and punishment with the softer solution of reconciliation. Indeed, if there is any lesson to be learned from the Indonesian case, it is that while reconciliation is unquestionably a good thing and justice alone is never enough, there are strong reasons to doubt that reconciliation at the expense of justice will ever provide a satisfactory solution. Silence. Given the profound and disturbing consequences of the violence of 1965–66, it is fair to ask why so little has been said or done about it over the past half-century. But first, let me offer a disclaimer. To say that the Indonesian violence has been met with complete silence would be a disservice to those who have spoken out bravely against it. As we have seen, many have done so, including journalists, artists, teachers, writers, filmmakers, human rights activists, scholars, and even some politicians. And in spite of the serious obstacles they have faced, they have begun to challenge the dominant narrative in significant ways. And yet in important respects, the characterization is true, notwithstanding the positive steps that have been taken to shake things up, serious restrictions, if not taboos, remain on the open discussion of the events of 1965–66. Just as crucial, despite the initiatives taken by citizens, Indonesian authorities have failed to pursue or have deliberately obstructed virtually every serious effort to address the violence. As of 2017, no Truth Commission had been established, no comprehensive effort to exhume the hundreds of mass graves dotted across the country had been made, no memorials had been constructed to honor the dead or other victims, no proper judicial investigations had been undertaken, no criminal charges had been brought against the alleged perpetrators, and no formal apology or reparations had been offered by the state. Meanwhile, the international community has declined to speak out against these events or even describe them as what they were, crimes against humanity. Instead, more than half a century after the events occurred, a pattern of denial, obstruction, and impunity prevails. Indonesia's failure in this regard stands in contrast to the hard-won, if admittedly incomplete, progress made by a number of countries with similarly violent pasts, notably Argentina, Bosnia, Cambodia, Chile, Germany, Japan, Rwanda, South Africa, and Timor-Leste. While their records are certainly far from perfect and a great deal of work remains to be done, the authorities in all these countries have at least made some halting effort to come to grips with their violent pasts, to seek a shared understanding of that history through the formation of truth commissions, to bring at least some of the perpetrators to justice, to recognize and memorialize past crimes, and to provide some kind of reparations to the victims of those crimes. Indeed, notwithstanding the valiant efforts of its civil society, Indonesia's poor performance on all these fronts arguably places it in the company of a handful of states notorious for their evasion of meaningful human rights action, including the People's Republic of China with respect to the Great Leap Forward and Cultural Revolution, the Soviet Union in regard to the Great Purges and Collectivization campaign, and the United States in connection with its genocide against indigenous peoples, as well as the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The question is why? Why, in spite of the brave efforts of civil society actors, is Indonesia in this undistinguished company? Why, almost half a century after the fact, have these crimes not been properly investigated, let alone punished? Why has there been no official apology, no credible attempt at reconciliation by the state, and no move toward reparations? The simplest answer is that it is a matter of political power. In marked contrast to many regimes responsible for genocides or other crimes against humanity, General Suharto's New Order regime survived for more than 30 years. During that time, it used propaganda, education, public ritual, repression, and fear to silence critics and stymie serious demands for action. Moreover, because those responsible for the violence remained in power for so long, they were able to write the history of the violence and to recast Indonesian political and social life in ways that made any attempt to question the official version both dangerous and unlikely. In other words, like their Chinese, Russian, and US counterparts, their long-lasting grip on state power served to limit or derail efforts to achieve goals like truth and justice, which are at odds with the personal, political, and institutional interests of the perpetrators. Perhaps more surprisingly, the ostensibly democratic regime that replaced the New Order after 1998 has employed many of the same techniques and mechanisms, with similarly chilling effects. Beyond the surviving statutory and legislative legacies of the late 1960s, which continue to form the legal basis for repressive action against the left, what is most notable is the persistence of the old authoritarian mindset that since 1965 has portrayed the PKI as a treacherous enemy that must be crushed, a subversive threat to the very existence of the nation and the state. If it is true that virulently anti-communist and authoritarian views remain dominant within the Indonesian state, it follows that the impetus for meaningful change with regard to 1965 to 66 is unlikely to come from within that state. The dismal record of national institutions, the legislature, judiciary, presidency, and armed forces to make meaningful progress on the issue since 1998 surely points to the same conclusion. And that is probably the reason why, in recent years, Indonesians who are genuinely concerned about human rights, including the question of 1965 to 66, have increasingly turned to grassroots strategies that circumvent or simply ignore state political actors and institutions. While necessarily more modest in scope and promising no quick fixes, those non-state solutions have actually begun to bear some fruit, for example, in the form of local acts of reconciliation, apology, and compensation. But if in some sense it shows more promise, the strategy of incremental change from below is also inherently more difficult, especially so as an entire tradition of critical thinking and political action has been destroyed, or at least irreparably tainted. The problem is further compounded by the fact that there is still a great deal of societal resistance, some of it quite ugly, to such initiatives. The reasons for that resistance are complex. In some cases, state authorities have fueled or facilitated what is portrayed as community anger. In others, opposition to the PKI and left appears to be based on genuinely held religious and political beliefs. In such reactions, we can see the legacy of 5 decades of polarizing politics and language, a politics and language so long in the making that it has become hegemonic. Whatever one may think of the views themselves, and however outdated they may appear to critics and outsiders, legacies of that age and depth are not easy to erase. If this analysis is even partly correct, we can expect that the events of 1965 to 66 will continue to be the focus of deep and potentially violent confrontation for the foreseeable future. In the longer term, one can only hope that there will be a realization that some kind of reconciliation is necessary and that it will not be achieved without openness to alternative truths and some form of justice. Meanwhile, there are still further obstacles to the idea of truth-telling, memorialization, and justice. One of those is that despite the best efforts of human rights advocates, public support for such initiatives remains limited, even among survivors. As Zurbuchen has noted, some survivors may simply prefer not to articulate their sufferings and grievance, or share these with others. 12. Their reticence might also stem from the limited capacity of language and memory to express traumatic experience, a problem that Zurbuchen describes as the impossibility of recovering or representing the past completely. 13. Heryantu offers the disheartening suggestion that the silence may simply reflect a lack of interest in the history of 1965 to 66. Especially on the part of younger Indonesians. And of course the choice of silence may well be rooted in fear, still deeply embedded 20 years after the end of the new order. Like the violence itself, the silence and inaction with respect to 1965 to 66 has been the result of the enabling behavior of powerful states and certain features of the international environment. As we have seen, the new order was eagerly assisted from the outset by the United States and other states that viewed the violence of 1965 to 66 as a small price to pay for the destruction of the Indonesian left. That support took a variety of forms, including covert economic, propaganda, and political support before and during the violence, followed by massive infusions of economic and military assistance for decades afterward. The U.S. government and its officials have also gone to great lengths to direct attention away from their involvement in the supposed coup and resulting violence, and to muddy the documentary record that might disprove that claim. Indeed, for most of the past 50 years, U.S. officials have declined or deflected requests from scholars under the Freedom of Information Act to declassify relevant documentary materials bearing on the events of 1965 to 66. Most notably CIA intelligence reports from and about Indonesia. 14. In a bizarre but revealing move, for example, in 2001 the Department of State sought to withdraw a volume of declassified documents from 1964 to 66 that had already been published and distributed to libraries. 15. It perhaps goes without saying that for much of the past 50 years, the United States and its allies have neither initiated nor supported any serious program or process aimed at elucidating the truth, or seeking justice for the victims of 1965 to 66. The only significant exception to that rule came in the late 1970s, when the Carter administration pressured the government of Indonesia to release thousands of the political prisoners still held without charge more than a decade after the alleged coup. Significantly, that move came against the backdrop of a powerful international campaign on behalf of those prisoners. In the absence of that campaign, it is doubtful that the United States would have done anything at all. In short, while primary responsibility for the silence and inaction with regard to the crimes of 1965 to 66 rests squarely with Indonesian authorities, the U.S. government and other Western states share the blame. Through their economic, political, and military support for the regime that came to power in the wake of the crimes of 1965 to 66, and their almost total silence about them ever since, they have helped to ensure that the official version of events prevailed, and have prevented the proper investigation and prosecution of what, by any measure, were among the worst crimes of the 20th century. In addition to the acts and omissions of states, the silence and inaction surrounding the events of 1965 to 66 and their aftermath have arguably been a function of two features of international human rights history and practice. The first of these is the fact that the 1948 UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide defines the potential victims of genocide in such a way as to exclude political groups. According to Article 2 of the Convention, genocide is any of a specified list of acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial or religious group, as such 16 in limiting the purview of genocide to national, ethnical, racial, or religious groups, the convention has arguably diminished the stigma attached to the mass killing of peoples on the basis of their political identity. That has, in turn, made appeals for international judicial or political action on their behalf less likely to succeed. Viewed from the other side, this is precisely the reason some scholars and advocates, most recently the jurists of IPT 1965, have sought to name the Indonesian violence as genocide. The expectation is that use of the term genocide will engender more sympathy for the victims while also improving the prospects of a serious political and judicial response. Whether it will do so in the case of Indonesia remains to be seen, but for now the chances appear remote. A second aspect of human rights history that has contributed to the silence and inaction with respect to the events of 1965–66 was the relative weakness at that time of a transnational human rights and civil society network. The international human rights movement, which since the late 1970s has assiduously reported on almost every instance of mass violence around the globe, was still in its infancy in 1965–66. With the result that there was virtually no detailed reporting on the events in Indonesia. Despite the best efforts of international solidarity groups and some reporting by a fledgling Amnesty International, expressions of outrage were scarcely audible in that climate, and networks of influence were largely ineffective. Dissenting voices in the media were likewise rare. In that context, neither powerful states nor international bodies like the United Nations felt any pressure to voice concern about the crimes being committed, let alone take any action to stop or punish those responsible. Thus, a case might be made that the states that have effectively escaped international censure for their great crimes, for example, China, Russia, the United States, and Indonesia, have managed to do so, at least in part, because the crimes in question were all committed years before human rights norms and networks achieved the critical weight and legitimacy they attained starting in the late 1970s. By contrast, most states whose crimes were committed during or after the rise of the human rights movement in the late 1970s, for example, Argentina, Cambodia, Chile, Guatemala, and Rwanda, have been characterized differently and judged in the increasingly hegemonic language of universal human rights. In other words, the timing of the crimes in question in relation to the position of human rights norms and networks may have been a crucial factor in the degree as well as nature of the criticism and response they encountered. The obvious outlier here is the Third Reich, whose crimes were indeed condemned and punished long before the late 1970s. On the other hand, its crimes were arguably so singular, and their condemnation so tied up with the post-war agenda and victory of Allied powers, that they may be regarded as an exception that proves the rule. Thanks in part to a significant shift in prevailing international norms with respect to human rights since the late 1970s, the conspicuous silence of the New Order period has gradually been replaced by demands for some kind of accountability, truth-telling, justice, and compensation for the victims of the violence in Indonesia. That was certainly one reason why Indonesia's genocidal campaign in East Timor was so roundly condemned, and how it was ultimately stopped in 1999. A genuinely transnational network now links Indonesian and international organizations, activists, scholars, and artists, facilitating the dissemination of information about the events of 1965–66 and underpinning campaigns on behalf of its victims. The substantial coverage these events have started to receive in the international media, and the attention being paid to them by a new generation of scholars, artists, and filmmakers, are all a testament to how much things have changed in the past 20 years. And yet, as I have argued here, within Indonesia and beyond, resistance to any meaningful change, especially on the crucial questions of truth and justice, remains powerful, and is likely to remain that way for many years to come. Given these experiences, the Indonesian case may offer some insight into the third broad question I posed at the outset: why are some serious crimes remembered, condemned, and punished, while others are forgotten and left unpunished? The most important insight from Indonesia is simply that power matters. As long as those responsible for the violence remain in power, the processes of truth-seeking, justice, reconciliation, compensation, and memorialization are not likely to happen. Even after the regime has been deposed, those processes will be difficult to set in motion. That is especially so if the regime has used its time in power to propagate a version of history that blames the victims, diverts attention from the question of responsibility, and threatens danger if any attempt is made to propose alternative histories or demand justice. In other words, the struggle over history, like the struggle to name and punish human rights violations, involves power. Indonesia's experience also suggests that silence and inaction may stem from the particularities of the international context, including the posture adopted by powerful states, prevailing international norms with regard to human rights, and the strength and disposition of transnational civil society networks. The Indonesian case highlights the disappointing fact that the first of these, the posture of powerful states, may be decisive, and that where those interests do not favor disclosure, international norms and civil society networks will be less consequential. More positively, Indonesia's experience makes it clear that the power of states to control historical narrative, memory, and justice is never absolute. Even in the darkest years of the new order, in spite of the threat and reality of violence, the pervasive fear, and the ideological policing, there were still those, both inside Indonesia and abroad, willing to challenge official narratives, to share or hold onto their memories, to bear witness to the experience of others, and to work for justice in some form. Since the collapse of the new order in 1998, both the desire and the opportunity to do those things have grown, and it is a virtual certainty that they will continue to do so, despite the obstacles. There is a useful reminder in this experience that history is not preordained, and that questions of historical memory and justice are never fixed, but always open to interpretation and contestation. That is to say, even where powerful interests appear to make change impossible, where laws and societal norms seem to militate against justice, the acts of even a few people, including acts of conscience like bearing witness, can and often do make a difference. All this begs the question of what, if anything, scholars and citizens should do in the case of Indonesia and others like it. One answer is that we should do nothing, on the familiar grounds that it is better not to open old wounds, that we have no business telling others how to deal with their own histories, and that scholars especially should not be involved in the subjects they seek to study. At the risk of breaching all these norms, I want to suggest instead that there are things we can and should do. First, at least as far as Indonesia is concerned, I think we should insist that our governments help to clarify the historical record by opening their archives from this period without restriction. More than 50 years after the fact, there can be no possible justification for keeping any of those documents secret. Second, I think we should demand that our governments encourage all credible judicial proceedings against those deemed responsible for the crimes committed, while also supporting serious initiatives in the direction of truth and reconciliation. Finally, I believe we should do whatever we can to disrupt the terrible silence and ignorance that has allowed these crimes and similar ones to go unnoticed and unpunished for more than half a century. My hope is that whatever other purpose this book serves, it might help in some way to achieve these ends. It is an improbable hope, I know, but it is surely better than doing nothing at all.